No, what is the outside part of Talladega?
The camping area out there by the interstate?
That might get a little more interesting, right?
No,
it could be interesting.
Infield's. Where's that?
I think the infield's probably a little crazer.
Yeah.
Oh,
As
really?
you look at Rusty,
Oh, yeah.
there's a row right there.
Ooh,
See
I
right
don't
there,
know.
Rusty? Bottom one?
Yeah.
It's just right down the street from Belly Button Row.
I do believe that row exists.
Yeah,
I think the infield's crazier than the camping area, LT.
Yeah, what was the other day we were talking about? The percentage of appealing.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
it's
infield's tough.
very natural, National Geographic.
Very
in most
leathery.
places. Yes.
Yeah.
Milkman says sleep at a cemetery.
Yeah. We're trying to wake up a whole the Diablo at that point.
El Diablo?
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
The Shepherd says, now that we're our own bosses, loser walks to Auburn.
I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do it now.
Yeah.
I can't believe people think I tried to get out of that. You guys weren't really involved in the show back then.
I wasn't.
Yeah, but on my kid's soul, I mean, I tried. I worked my ass off for over a year to get that thing done.
That's a long walk. What is that? 101 miles?
I had
was
it
it gonna take
planned.
you?
It was going to take me, I think, 4 days total.
To
And,
walk to Auburn.
Yeah.
Where are you going to sleep?
Hotels on the way. Yeah, just on 280.
Harpersville.
I was just going
Speed
to walk 280, and I was excited about it. I reached out to both the SIDs at USC and Oklahoma because they were the ones that actually played for the national championship, and I was going to switch up jerseys. Yeah, they both shot me down too.
All right, that's our show brought to you today by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100. You can go online, go to michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson changed my life. It's been almost 20 years ago. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision. Call 969-8100. Tell Amy the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Again, for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Jay Price says custom punishment for each one. That what's a punishment for one is not a punishment for another.
I've thought we could do that in the past. As we've gotten fewer and fewer ideas overall, that may be a way to go.
All right, that's the show. What a week, man. Thanks for being with us. I hope you've enjoyed a variety of different things this week. And we're back with you on Monday live at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in
The
Atlanta.
College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
It's that time of year again. Come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness. This year, the next round is partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you the biggest March Madness ever. Step 1, register at redmontvodka.com/Final Pour. Step 2, March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Step 3, submit your picks before the first game. And Step 4, share that you've submitted on your social media and make sure to tag at Redmont Vodka and at Next Round Live. It's all brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly. And the next round.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go, live on a Monday now, and getting ready for what should be a really fun week, and some big news about a off-show project that we've been working on that we'll tell you about later in the show as well. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. No Rockstar through the week. He's got a little downtime this week. So big man Lunsford is on the big board, and back in the back of the room is Forrester, who's been editing all week long. Forrester, glad to have you back with us. And we're ready to celebrate championships. We're sending teams to the NCAA tournament with the automatic bids. And then Auburn finished up, as they said, they're not sharing anything in their celebration.
Kind of what they said. Yeah.
They won it outright over the weekend.
Look, don't leave anything to chance. It's what Wisconsin did. And if Johnny Davis doesn't go down with that flagrant yesterday, they probably win that game, and they probably are your number one overall seed in the Big Ten. But by losing that game, they tie with Illinois. Now Illinois' got the 1 seed. I don't know how much that matters when you look at conference tournaments, but Auburn does have an outright SEC regular season championship.
Here's why I think it matters for Auburn is I think if you consider the SEC the best or one of the best, and it's certainly one of the best, right? Maybe the best conference in the nation.
John Calipari was trumpeting on national television a couple of times over the weekend, ESPN and CBS, that he thinks that they should be getting as many bids as the Big Ten. That it's the best conference in the country.
So if you believe that, if you're on the selection committee and you believe that, how do you not make the outright conference champion a number 1 seed? Though that doesn't make sense, right? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. If you're like, yeah, that's our best conference, but their conference champion, we're going to make them a 2 seed. Well, that makes absolutely zero sense. So that's why I think it was important for Auburn to win it outright, so you don't even leave it to chance. It's the old Baylor-TCU thing, right? They tried to do co-champions the first year of the college football playoff, and they both got left out because of that.
Hard for Auburn not to be a 1 seed at this point.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, I think they're deserving of it.
But, reading Lenardi this morning, he's got 2 locks. We talked about this, I guess it was on Friday. The 2 locks are out west, Gonzaga and Arizona, and if Auburn was to lose early, there's a chance Baylor and Kansas both, or Kentucky winning the SEC, 2 of those 3 could be the other 2s. I think Auburn, going back to as good as the SEC's been, 15-3 in this conference this year in the regular season, they've got to be a 1.
That's what Bruce Pearl said afterwards as he talked wearing his championship hat after cutting down the nets Saturday at Auburn Arena.
It's all about the players, guys. It's all about our players. To be 15-3 in this league says they came to play every night. They really did. Now that is virtually impossible to do when you're dealing with 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. Our guys came to play every single night. We took no team for granted. They locked in, they grinded. I think the lessons that these guys learned because of their own discipline are going to serve them well for the rest of their lives. They know how to win. They know how to compete. They know how to train. They know how to prepare.
And it worked out really well, Brownie, because they had confetti guns, and they were able to cut down the net in front of a packed house and celebrate with the fans who've been there with them all year long. It really was a great scene. I mean, you don't get that if you clinch it on the road, or if you end up sharing it, you lose that game. You don't have that kind of celebration. It worked out to where it was a perfect scenario, as you see some of the images from down on the court.
It's interesting, though. I was thinking about this over the weekend. Basketball is a weird game, and this is true in a lot of sports, but basketball is a weird game. Auburn is basically 3 possessions by an opponent from being, 12-6, I mean, the Missouri game, the Georgia game, the Mississippi State game in regulation, Auburn dominated that.
The first Alabama meeting.
Yeah, I mean, you could even go that. There's 4 possessions, right? If a possession goes the wrong way for you, You got a totally different record. You're battling for the 4 seed in the conference tournament. You're not even considered for a 1 seed. Then you can flip it around and say Auburn's 2 possessions from being a 1-loss SEC team and being the lock overall number 1. Not even a question about it. It's just that's what Bruce Pearl's talking about right there. If you don't come to play every game, that's the difference right now. I mean, Auburn could easily right now be a 12-6 team if you had not come to play every game. But because they came to play every game, they're 15-3, and they're 2 possessions away from being 17-1.
And that's why Calipari was trumpeting the SEC over the weekend. He believes that anybody that's 9-9 in the league this year or above should be in the NCAA tournament. He's throwing everyone into the tournament. He thinks they should have 9 bids instead of 6 bids, and we'll see how it all shakes out. Selection Sunday coming up this Sunday. But to his point is you have Auburn unbeaten at home at Auburn Arena, Neville Arena this year. You have Kentucky unbeaten in the SEC at Rupp Arena. You have Arkansas, who only had 1 loss at home this year at the top of the league. Tennessee, I think, unbeaten at home this year. So the top 4 teams combined to have this extraordinary home win-loss record. We had 3 of them that were unbeaten in conference play at home. I mean, if you're winning games on the road in this league, it didn't happen at the top 4 places. The only team to win at the top 4 teams on the road, Vanderbilt beat Arkansas by 1 point.
Well, I was
back when Arkansas was not playing well.
That's right.
Would you guys, the 4 top seeds right now in the SEC tournament and Tampa, do you think anybody outside of those 4 can win this tournament?
Win the SEC tournament?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
I don't think there's any consistency of LSU and Alabama to win 3 games or 4 games in a row.
Yeah, they've not shown they can do that on a 3-night stretch.
Before LSU beats Bama, they had lost 3 or 4. Bama's now lost back-to-back games.
Yeah, but could Alabama or LSU play on Saturday, or could they? Pull an upset on Friday?
But you're asking now again, the SEC tournament. You always wonder. I think once you get to Sunday, you're going to want to win that championship. Right. But you always wonder sometimes about teams looking ahead to the NCAA tournament. But Lance, drop Gonzaga in Alabama's spot, and go ahead and give them the first win over Vandy, Georgia, whatever. Right? You got to beat Kentucky. Let's just say you beat Kentucky, Tennessee, Auburn, 3 straight games. Does Gonzaga do that?
I don't think so.
Does Baylor do that? Does Arizona do that?
I mean, I think it's even money that any of those other potential 1 seeds are able to make that run.
That's the type of run Gonzaga will have to make to win the national championship, right? Yep. To beat three straight teams like that. They won't do it in 3 days, but
and to your point that you hinted there, you wonder if you're, say, Auburn. It's been a long season, just played on Saturday. You'll go down and you'll play potentially Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All right.
3 tough games, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
I mean,
very much.
Do you really want to play Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Well, you do. You want to win the championship, yes. But does it hurt your feelings if you only play Friday, Saturday, and you still hold on to your 1 bid, 1 seed? I mean, I'd be okay playing 2 games instead of 3 games because you don't know. You may get you may be a 1 seed playing on Thursday with the travel. I mean, it comes at you quick at this point all of a sudden. Yeah. I'm okay with only playing 2 down in Tampa.
But I do think if you're Auburn or Kentucky, it is important because you do want to get that 1 seed.
And once
how much does that 1 seed matter? That's debatable.
And once you've made it to Sunday, that's the thing. Once you've made it to Sunday, it's all about a championship then, right? Yeah. I'm going to play the game either way. I may as well win the championship. Alabama did it last year. I don't think it affected them in the tournament. Do you? I mean, they won their first 2 games. They had another break until they lost on the Sweet 16. Yeah. So,
I mean, really, if you're a 1 seed, that Thursday game, I know we've had 1 upset, but that Thursday game is going to be a give-me anyway.
Should be.
So you should be able to get your legs under you before that Thursday game. You want. There's only a few chances to cut down nets, and I think Bruce has cut down 4 of them now. I think you cut them down after the 2 regular seasons, the SEC tournament, and I think you cut it down as you go to the Final 4, right, the regional.
Normally they do.
Yeah, so he's cut down 4 nets in his short time at Auburn. There's only a handful of times you get a chance to cut down the nets. So you could do that again Sunday out in Tampa. So Alabama ends up being a 6 seed, ironically still a 5 seed in everybody's bracketology for the NCAA tournament, but they're a 6 seed for the SEC tournament. And they'll play the winner of Florida, Georgia, Thursday night in the late game. And then we'll move through the tournament. Auburn and all the top 4 seeds who's got the double buys start on Friday. Saturday's the semis. Sunday Selection Sundays, also the SEC Championship down in Tampa. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right today. Whether you're in Tampa for the SEC tournament, Birmingham, or anywhere else, Mortgage Right can help you with a refinance. And, boy, I'm telling you, if you're a renter right now, you're missing an opportunity to get back in the buying market.
Hey, things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home, find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Are you guys still a little surprised that Alabama, because I mentioned this on Friday, that they're going to be maybe a lower seed in their own conference tournament than they are in the regular tournament? I'm shocked they're still a 5.
I mean, strength of schedule, I've never seen it matter more. And again, this is just projections. We'll wait and see what the actual committee does. But if Alabama, when this bracket comes out as a 5 seed, all that tells you is what we've always heard, how much they value strength of schedule, how much the committee values you playing a challenging non-conference schedule. If Alabama is a 5 seed, that's all that tells you, because Alabama has done nothing on the court to make themselves look like a 5 seed in the NCAA tournament. The eye test does not tell me Bama's a 5 at all. It's all about that strength of schedule at that point.
Yeah, well, I mean, the 2 top Ken Pom teams, Gonzaga and Baylor, Alabama
that's right.
beat them both, and that resonates in all the metrics that you end up doing, and that's how you stay on the 5 line. They have slipped to where they're the last 5. So they could be a 6 when they exit the tournament. They could, at that point, you could actually be bumped down to a 7. Remember that you're on a 6 line with the metrics, but they can move you 1 up or 1 down depending on how they need to do the bracket.
Some believe, there is a belief that you're better off as a 6 than a 5. I know it doesn't make sense on the surface, but there's a school of thought that you're better off as a 6 than a 5.
Is the reasoning because more 12s have knocked off 5s and 11 have knocked off 6s?
Well, and I don't know if the stats back that up, Lance. I think that's the case, but I'm not 100% certain on that one. It's probably close either way. I think what most people look at is, by and large, the 11 you catch is a major conference team that's had an off year.
Yeah, mediocre.
Right. The 12 you catch is a smaller conference team that's torn through their conference and is probably a pretty good team, a mid-major.
A lot of veterans that could be Rick Pitino's Iona team again.
That's right. I mean, that's the train. That's the school of thought, and I can't tell you if it's 100% true. I'm just saying you hear a lot of people say you might be better off being a 6 than a 5 anyway.
Sanford got eliminated yesterday, heartbreaker to Furman, so they will not play coming up for the championship tonight in the SoCon. Louisiana eliminated Troy as well, so they will not play for the Sun Belt tonight. But in one of the oddest things that you'll ever hear, Jacksonville State gets eliminated Thursday. Excuse me, they get eliminated Saturday in their tournament, the ASUN tournament. At home, they lose the game to Jacksonville. Now Jacksonville, the team that beats them, plays Bellarmine Tuesday night for the ASUN championship on Bellarmine's home floor, Freedom Hall in Louisville. If Jacksonville wins, the team that beat Jacksonville State, then JSU goes to the NIT. If Bellarmine wins on their home court, and they are the team that is supposed to win now, then Bellarmine is not eligible yet to go to the NCAA tournament because they're still transitioning to full status of Division I. So they will revert to the regular season champion, which is Jack State.
That's right.
So Jack State can sit at home, watch Tuesday's game, cheer for the home team, Bellarmine. If they win, then Jack State, the Gamecocks, go to the NCAA tournament.
It's got to, I mean, I'm not saying it feels empty because you won the regular season, but it is got to be a weird feeling, right? To sit at home, watch your conference tournament play out, knowing that if one team wins, I'm in the NCAA tournament. If one team wins, I'm in the NIT. That's got to be a weird feeling. I don't know.
Well, you got somebody to pull for.
That's right. You know what you're doing.
I'm guessing it's never happened. Because a lot of conferences, if a team's not eligible, they don't let them in the conference tournament.
They don't let you play.
That's
exactly.
Right. So it's kind of weird that Bellarmine's even in this conference tournament.
And I had to write, when Jack State started off having such a great year, I wrote the SID. I was like, hey, I know this is a new year in the conference for you guys in the ASUN. Are you guys eligible to get the automatic bid?
Yeah.
We're full standing. We're full standing in the ASUN.
It's a weird deal, but Jack State, I mean, they've got a pretty good shot of still getting in the NCAA tournament because, as you said, I think Bellarmine was favored. It's on their home court. They should be favored to win this game.
Yeah, they were the team that is up in the standings, and they're at home.
And, of course, it's going to be super confusing to everybody nationwide because it's Jacksonville and Jacksonville State, and everybody's going to think screwed up. But Jack State was playing Jacksonville the other night. All they had to do was win that semifinal game, and they already locked in the NCAA tournament, regardless of what happened.
Win or loss.
That's right.
So that was their game.
It was going to be
in.
weird. That was going to be weird, too.
4 o'clock tomorrow, ESPN2.
I'll be watching.
Yeah. So that's that all works out Tuesday up in Freedom Hall for that one. So that's a little basketball to get going. We're 172 or 173 days. I got to figure out where we are on this countdown. I never know how to do it on the countdown. Do you count the Saturday that is the first day of games when you're doing the countdown?
But
or
you
do
do
not?
count today because we're not done. This is the way I've always done it on a countdown. We count today because we're not done with today yet.
Okay, we're
I've still got to live through today.
We're 172 days and 21 hours.
Until that Thursday.
From that Saturday, week 0.
Week 0.
Okay.
Week 0.
But you're only counting to that Saturday. So all you got to do is get me to that Saturday, so you should not count the Saturday.
Right, which
Does that
to
make sense?
me, we've already started this day.
No, it's not done
So
yet.
we're 172 days of non-football.
Are you counting today or not?
I'm not counting that Saturday.
I
Start with the
should
Friday
count the
before.
Saturday.
That's one day before.
I wouldn't
and then
count
to
today
Thursday, 2 days
or
left.
that
And
day.
Wednesday,
That's
3
right,
days
yeah.
left.
CLT doesn't count today or that day.
Well, you got to count today. You're not done with it.
We've already
yet.
started today.
But you're not done.
I'm going one day tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah.
But if it's the Friday before the game, isn't there 1 day left?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you
but I don't-
you got to count.
you gotta
that.
count
You
that
count the
Friday.
Friday, but you don't count the Saturday.
Well, but your
because the day's already here.
Yeah,
you
you
gotta
do not
count
count the
this day,
Saturday,
though.
but you got to count today.
But I'm not counting today.
Lunsford,
Your count's going to be all screwed up when you get there.
My count's going to be my count.
that's right.
Well, you're going to need a game on that Friday then for your count to work out. I'll go ahead and tell you.
Lunsford, you're the Mensa guy. Figure out how many days it is to week 0. All right? Let us know sometime during the show so we can make that our official countdown. I've been counting it down, I think, not counting that Saturday. And since this day's already started, this isn't a nursery rhyme, Brown, where we're saying good night moon, good night football. I mean, we've already slept tonight, so we wake up today 172 more sleeps to football.
To Lunsford's point, though, you're going to say that Friday we got 1 day left, right? Or is it 0 days left?
On that Friday, this is the last day. Tomorrow's the day. It's
So
1 day.
One day. Okay. Well, then you got to count today. If you want that to be 1 day left, you're going to have to start counting today.
Yes. Like, start with that Friday. That's 1. Then Thursday's 2. Wednesday's 3.
That's right.
And just count back from there.
So it's 172 today, right? Or is it 173?
Hang on. Let me look at the
Let Lunsford count.
Later in the show. Later in the show.
Yeah,
Give me an
I'm with
official
Jeff B.
count.
Let's just say 140-ish.
No, it's 170-ish if we're doing the ishes. It's 170-ish days to college football. But today's a big day. We'll talk later in the show about Texas A&M. They're an SEC team that goes out for practice today, starting today. Kentucky tomorrow. Alabama goes out on Friday. Missouri's already been out. Still weird letting them in the SEC. But we're talking about all the other teams as they get going. So we'll work in a little Texas A&M, maybe a little Kentucky who goes out tomorrow later on in the show. But there was one interesting note that impacts us college football fans a little bit that Peter King was writing about earlier today. It looks like Kirk Herbstreit is going to get the gig to be the Amazon Stream NFL analyst on Thursday nights. The only place you can watch Thursday night NFL football this upcoming year is on Amazon Stream. And Al Michaels is going to be the play-by-play guy. And according to Peter King, it looks like Kirk Herbstreit's going to get that gig. That gig was going to pay, north of $10 million a year for guys like Troy Aikman or Sean Payton or Sean McVay, $14 million-ish. Now, according to Peter, Herbstreit's going to keep doing game day on Saturday and his Saturday night ABC ESPN football gig.
Well, the first thing I would say is I had a feeling he was going to take this, but I didn't think he'd do both. And, Brian, you talked about the workload that it's going to be that he'll have to undertake here.
That's pretty good money for that workload, though.
It is. I thought he'd get upwards between 15 and 20 million. We don't know what the exact numbers are yet, but we've seen him do it before. We saw, I guess it was the Giants in Pittsburgh on a opening doubleheader. And look, Herbstreit's good. It's going to be great at whatever he does. And so I'm excited about this. And I'm excited he's going to do both. As a consumer, we don't lose him on the college side.
Well, I think people that haven't really paid attention to that job probably are unaware of the film study that goes into being an analyst. I mean, for that NFL game, those two teams, he's got to do a lot of film study on those two. He's got to know them backwards and forwards, not to sound like an idiot, right? There are high expectations in that job. He's got to do film study about a number of teams he's got to talk about on ESPN Game Day, so it doesn't sound like an idiot. And then film study for the game he's doing on that night, not to mention the coaches and players conference calls. It is a lot of work.
It really is. But this, Jay Price, this is what Herbstreit's going to get a little bit of. So Amazon's getting an analyst that has zero NFL playing experience, coaching experience, or covering the NFL.
Yeah, Peter King said that in his column. Peter King, one of the big voices of the NFL, is like, I'm a little surprised they go with a guy with zero NFL experience.
Yeah, but I would just say this. I mean, the thing that he does have is he's covered all of these guys through their college careers.
That is true. Yep.
So he knows these players inside and out, and he knows the game inside and out. I mean, the guy played at not the highest level, but it's
pretty high level.
Come.
Yeah. So I he's entertaining too. I think he's really good at what he does.
He's so polished.
Communicates really well. So and he and Fowler did a good job when they've done the NFL games. So Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, according to reports, is what'll be that Thursday night. And for me, it just impacts my college football viewing. The NFL doesn't mean as much. Who's doing the games to me. Those Thursday night games will be fun, whoever they are. Whoever's doing it. You're going to watch it. It's the only game going. But for me, Saturday game day, I want Herbstreit there. That show, when Herbstreit leaves, loses a little bit of its must-watch for me. All right, we'll talk about what was a stunning game Saturday at Cameron Indoor. Mark Packer is coming up next, and then we'll do Best and Worst of the Weekend, which is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services today. My best of the weekend was the Exceptional Foundation Chili Cook-Off. A lot of great chilies. That event's grown so much in 18 years. We want to hear your Best and Worst of the Weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. It's happened to all of us here. The first call we make, our friends at Hemp Hill. Put the number in your phone, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it. Fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Your best and worst, and the Pac-Man is up next. 170-ish days away from college football. Stay with us.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
It's that time of year again. Come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness. This year, the Next Round is partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you the biggest March Madness ever. Step 1, register at redmontvodka.com/Final Pour. Step 2, March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Step 3, submit your picks before the first game. And Step 4, share that you've submitted on your social media and make sure to tag at Redmont Vodka and at Next Round Live. It's all brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly, and the Next Round. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Back with you on TNR as we get ready to talk to the man who talks about the brown water in one big ice cube a lot every afternoon in Sunset when I'm driving down the road, Mark Packer, about one of the amazing things over the weekend. I will point this out as well. Texas A&M, we start talking spring football with them today. Kentucky, Alabama, Auburn goes a week from today. Big football news yesterday. Jayden Daniels into the SEC, making the SEC quarterback competitions all over the league very, very interesting this spring. And from what I read, he's eligible to come in as quick as he can to get on the field down in Baton Rouge. We'll get more into Jayden coming up.
Hey, a reminder, Nichols Outfitters, while supplies last, purchase any Christensen 30 caliber or smaller and get a free silencer with your purchase. Those of you that know, that's a big savings. Will not last long. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Mark Packer is with the ACC Network, Sirius XM Radio. And he is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. They lost the script, Mark. What happened to the script Saturday night? Somebody lost it.
I'll tell you what, it was crazy. The scene, 2 hours before tip-off was nuts. Typical Cameron Indoor going bonkers. And I said today when we were doing our Packer and Durham show on the ACC Network, I'm not sure I've ever been to a sporting event where I've seen the emotion of what it felt like before and during, and then walking out of the place. Nobody left because obviously they're going to have the ceremony with Coach K afterwards, and you would have thought somebody died. I mean, it was just people were in tears and in shock. They just couldn't believe that, heaven forbid, on K's last night at Cameron, you're not supposed to lose the game, much less to who they lost to. So it was a surreal feeling beforehand. It was surreal during. Typical North Carolina Duke games, which are unbelievable series, unbelievable rivalry. But that was exactly the one thing nobody talked about, I thought, around the country last week while the build-up to Coach K and what he's accomplished and everything else. But nobody ever thought that, hey, by the way, what happens if North Carolina wins the game? Well, that's precisely what happened Saturday night at Cameron Indoor.
Well, it was almost like a Lakers game. And it was at Cameron, as you said, such a small venue. I mean, looking around, did you look up and say, hey, man, I can't believe I'm staring at this celebrity right here?
It was cool. We had a chance we were doing the game on the alternate broadcast on the ACC Network, and coming out of breaks, we're talking to Terrell Owens, and, he's down there with his bag of popcorns and the Sharpie. He said, man, I was going to pay for these great seats, and here's Dirk Nowitzki. We're talking to him. Obviously, he had all the brotherhood, if you will, back from Coach K, all the great players, and 96 of them showed up. And, Scott Van Pelt's down there cutting up with us, thinking about, hey, I thought about wearing a Gary Williams Maryland jersey, then thought better of it going to Cameron. So you're right. I mean, Jerry Seinfeld's there. We had actors. It was just, like I said, it was a surreal setting, and it's already a cozy joint to begin with. There's only 9,314 seats, and there probably had 11,000 people jammed in that place that just wanted to be in the building to see this coronation of Coach K and this great run. But like you said, man, at the end of the night, you look at the scoreboard, North Carolina wins by 13, and that had to be the happiest 8-mile bus trip in the history of sports, with Hubert Davis getting on there and saying, hey, enjoyed it, boys, catch y'all later. And Duke fans today are still wondering how in the world did that happen. But they did it. They pulled it off.
The Pac-Man, Mark Packer, is with us, Sirius XM and the ACC Network on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. I've talked to players who played in Paul Bryant's last game, that Liberty Bowl game, and they knew that was his last game. And they talked about the nerves and how they were doing things that they never thought they would do in a game, mistakes they were making because mentally it was just so much. Obviously, some of that was happening to the Duke players, but there's more games left now. Do you think that pressure carries over into the NCAA tournament for this Duke team, or do you think Saturday night helps them put that behind them to where they don't have to think about this in the games that really matter in the big dance coming up?
Well, I think moving forward now, we go into one-and-done mode. So it is different anyhow. I know Saturday night was just one of those unique nights. I mean, you knew it was coming. Every time Duke goes on the road, they're rock stars, and they get the treatment. Plus, it's Coach K's farewell tour. So they knew that. They knew what was coming down the pike. That hey, eventually it was going to be a last game. But like you said, there's Adam Silver sitting over there. I mean, again, we go to the whole list of the who's who that were there. I thought Saturday night was just a kind of a one-off. It was just a special night, and I do think they felt the pressure early because, number one, it's a Duke-Carolina rivalry, and it's K's last game, and hey, you got 96 of the greatest players ever played for him are sitting there, guys that they watched growing up and going, hey, one of these days I'd like to play for Duke. Now you're playing in that game. So I don't think there's any doubt that they felt the pressure, and the fact that when North Carolina decided to fight back, the first time they saw them in Chapel Hill, they ran North Carolina out of the joint. They're up 31-8 and put that thing in cruise control. Now all of a sudden, hey, that same team's got you on the ropes. And I thought the last 6 to 8 minutes of the game, when you could get a sense of, hey, they're not going away. Matter of fact, now they lead by 2, they lead by 4, they lead by 6. You could sense the crowd at Cameron. You could sense the players realizing, uh-oh, this wasn't in that script that you referred to 5 minutes ago. So I think it's a one-off. I think Duke will get motivated by it. Kay, I've seen this movie before where they lose a game and people are like, oh, this is going to ruin them. I think they'll be highly motivated for this week in Brooklyn and an ACC tournament that they've always understood that, hey, this is important to win. So I would be surprised if they don't play extremely well in Brooklyn. And they're certainly capable of going on a deep run in March. There's no doubt about that.
Mark, even all the way over here in Birmingham, I know a handful of Carolina fans, several of them actually Carolina graduates. And I talked to a number of them after that game, the last 48 hours or so. They are unanimous in believing that was the single biggest regular season win in North Carolina basketball history.
Oh, come on.
Oh. No, the regular season.
We had that debate this morning on television, and I don't know if it's number one, but I know this much. Every one of those North Carolina buddies you talk to, everyone that I know, and I grew up in this state, they will go to their graves. And whenever they get into an argument around the water cooler about Duke and Carolina, that game you saw Saturday night will be brought up on their behalf to remind the Duke fan of where you are in the pecking order. So if you want to put that number one, that's up for folks that, bleed Carolina blue, but it is on everybody's short list. And when you consider, they've had so many great games, but both of them have normally been ranked in the top 10, ranked in the top 5, certainly ranked in the top 25. That was an unranked North Carolina team winning at number 4 Duke in Cameron on K's last game. Now, you can go back to the history of the 257 games that they've played, and it is an incredible competitive rivalry. But prior to that game Saturday night, North Carolina was 1-11 against Duke as a double-digit underdog. They're now 2-11. So you could start making the case, I think, that game, given what was at stake for Duke, what they were celebrating on their turf, and you ruined the party, I think you could make the case it might be their greatest regular season win. And if it's not, I guarantee it's in the top 3.
You mentioned Duke could be capable of making that deep March run, and that's pretty obvious, but when you look at the ACC as a conference as a whole, most people say 5 or 6 teams get in here into the NCAA tournament. Any other teams outside of Duke? Is Carolina maybe a team that can make a deep run?
If they play like they did Saturday night, the answer is yes. But the problem is they haven't played like they have Saturday night. Maybe in snippets here or there. For the most part, every time they've had a big game, they've gotten run. I mean, whether it was Kentucky, out in Vegas where they got beat by 30-something, or Tennessee beat them up early. They've had games in the ACC where Wake Forest and Miami just absolutely kicked them all over the yard. Duke is the one team that I think if you'd say, hey, listen, everybody's going to play relatively up to their standard. Duke's the one team in the ACC this year that you could say, hey, you know what, if they get to New Orleans, okay, I'm not shocked. This has been a down year for ACC hoops, and I've been in this league for a long, long time. If they get 5 in the dance, I think they're kind of maximizing the number. I think even when you look at the seeds, Duke's going to probably be a 3 seed. Maybe they go to a 2, depending on things work out. But everybody else is going to be a 9, 10, or 11 seed. And for folks that grew up on ACC hoops, that's unheard of. You're always used to having a couple maybe 1s. You have some 2s, some 3s. You throw a couple 5s or 6s in there. That's not the case this year. And, again, doesn't mean that Notre Dame or North Carolina or Miami or somebody else that's going to get a bid can't win a couple games and maybe get to the second weekend. I think Duke is really the only legitimate team that you look at and you say, you know what, if they really play well, they'll be a tough out. If North Carolina can give you what they give you Saturday, well, they'll be a tough out too. But I've seen enough North Carolina games this year that they're just so wildly inconsistent. But if you get that group Saturday night, yeah, they can win some games. There's no doubt about that.
All right, Pac-Man, I know you're like us. You talk football year-round. Clemson's already practicing. You got a little Clemson in you. Last year was 3 losses. We've lived it here with Alabama back in 2010, 3 losses, and everybody thinks the dynasty's over. What is the mindset of Dabo and that program after a 3-loss year?
Well, this is a transition for them. I think one of the reasons for it is for the first time in a long time, last year their quarterback play was abysmal, and I'm being kind. DJ Uiagalelei was going to be the next guy in a long line of succession of just great quarterback play, and he did not live up to the hype. I remember seeing him in that Dr. Pepper commercial the week of the Georgia game. I don't think I ever saw him in another Dr. Pepper commercial after the day of name, image, and likeness. So, you got to play well when you're a high-stakes guy in a high-stakes program. So I thought it was, to be honest with you, I thought last year might have been Dabo's best coaching job. For that team, given their offensive inconsistencies, to win 10 games was really remarkable. Their defense was fantastic, and they had to be because the offense couldn't do anything. So the million-dollar question for Clemson moving forward is what happens at quarterback? Does DJ Uiagalelei live up to the expectations? Is this Cade Klubnik, who's a 5-star all-world, somebody from Texas, is he going to be the next guy? I don't know the answer to that. So, defensively, they should be out of sight. They've got a lot of pieces back on the offensive side. If they get any kind of play at quarterback, they should be really, really good. But I do think the ACC will be better. I think you're going to hear a bunch of hype in the preseason regarding a team like NC State. Dave Doran's got everybody and their brother back. Obviously, what Mario's doing down in Miami with his staff, what they've got coming back. TVD is a terrific quarterback. The league should be terrific in the quarterback department. So, is the league the SEC? No, but who is? But I do think there'll be some pieces in the conference at the very top that should be pretty good. And, who knows? You just never know with a season when it comes to college football. And, again, it's funny. I heard you guys promo the fact you talk about Texas A&M spring game and stuff. I don't know about you guys because I know you're down in Birmingham, which is the heart and soul of college football. But I have found, just doing the show on SiriusXM, that here we are in March. Normally March is exclusive to college hoops, but I have found almost for the last 10 to 15 years that the window of March Madness in the nation being dialed into college basketball keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's almost become exclusive to March Madness, where I've found that college football and the NFL seems to be getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So it's kind of the world that we're living in. But I do think this time of the year is really cool because you can go college football, you can go college hoops. Baseball is underway in terms of the college game. So there's 1,000 things to talk about.
We love it when that's the case. Mark Packer, SiriusXM, Packer and Durham every morning on the ACC Network. Thank you for the time, Mark. We greatly appreciate it.
Gentlemen, anytime. Enjoy the madness and the spring football. We'll talk soon.
All right, man. Take care. Mark with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstar's guy who turns into Lunsford's guy today.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Our next guest is coming up at 11 o'clock. That is Stephen Pearl, who will be with us. He's the Auburn assistant down there, the SEC outright champions. And Stephen with a unique celebration that you likely saw on social media over the weekend.
Unique's one description.
2 champagne bottles on top of a bar, springing on very excited Auburn fans after the victory. We'll talk to Stephen Pearl, or as Auburn Twitter tagged him, Stone Cold Stephen Pearl. There's Stephen's celebration. 2 champagne bottles at a local establishment.
I think that was a country club.
Yep. Right there in
Auburn,
Auburn, Alabama. The celebration is real. The excitement is real. And that team with a little net on the hat, that's what you do in basketball. When you cut down a net, you pop a little champagne and you celebrate. So Stephen Pearl will join us at 11 o'clock, and we look forward to talking to him. When we come back, an interesting thing happening in the National Football League. We mentioned broadcasting earlier. A couple of other notes from the Combine and some National Football League stuff. We won't get into too many X's and O's of the Combine because it is what it is, but there were some amazing moments over the weekend and one coaching move that is next right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Best and worst of the weekend continues, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. We'll tell you more about Hemphill's services again later in the show as well. Some of those coming in, including Jacob, who says best of the weekend, Auburn winning the SEC championship. Worst of the weekend, Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred. Several other people in the Farmfolio chat room over there saying the same thing. The best of the weekend, Auburn winning, or all the basketball, and several of you saying the worst of the weekend was the fact that there's no Major League Baseball. Jack says it's the first week of March and no MLB. I'm not the biggest Major League Baseball fan, but it's just supposed to be there. And I understand what he's saying with that. So keep your best and worst of the weekend rolling in. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Remember, March Madness is here. Redmont Vodka, they are celebrating. It's that time of year again. This year, the Next Round's partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you your biggest March Madness ever. How do you enter? Well, first, register. Go to redmontvodka.com/Final Pour. Second, on March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Third, submit your picks before the first game. And fourth, share that you submitted on your social media. Make sure and tag at Redmont Vodka. And the Next Round, brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly, and the Next Round.
All right, so we told you Kirk Herbstreit, according to Peter King, is going to that Thursday night Amazon NFL broadcast. We'll keep doing his college football duties expected, according to Peter King. Brian Griese, who is part of the Monday Night Football booth that is getting broken up with Troy Aikman coming in. Brian Griese out of that job. But he's going to be the San Francisco 49ers quarterback coach, on-the-field quarterback coach.
Yeah.
So what a great, I mean, that tells you the respect that Kyle Shanahan, who's one of the smartest offensive minds in the business, had for that broadcast booth, because Louis Riddick on Friday interviewing for the Steelers general manager job. So you're breaking up a booth and sending one possibly to be an NFL GM and the other guy to be the quarterback coach for one of the best offensive minds in the game.
Yeah, I think they'll be better at that, honestly. As a viewer, I didn't think they did a bad job. I just wasn't, highly entertained by those guys.
I liked Riddick. I didn't as Griese. Yeah, I could leave or take.
But I think it does show you that they are well-respected in the business, man, and obviously they're unemployed right now, or were unemployed.
Yeah, I mean, I always say this. You look smarter when you're on ESPN, right? And the ultimate example of this to me was Mark Gottfried. Went from fired at Alabama on ESPN to an ACC job at NC State, right? Because he looks smarter on ESPN. And I think Louis Riddick's obviously a really smart guy, but you wonder if Louis had never ended up on ESPN, is he interviewing for general manager jobs? Brian Griese is a smart guy. But if Brian Griese is never on ESPN, is he Kyle Shanahan's quarterback coach today? I mean, I think you can make an argument no on both those, but we'll never know. But you can make an argument no on both those counts. It's just amazing to me how many guys get into coaching. That is a grind, man. That is a grind. I mean, that money for Monday Night Football had, and I know Griese wasn't going to keep that spot. They're going to go a different route with a booth. But I doubt he was going to be completely done at ESPN.
Yeah, it would probably have been kicked back to a college routine or something.
Yeah, maybe
like that.
a studio analyst, get up or something like that. But man, getting in that coaching, that is a grind right there.
Now, over the weekend, the Combine winded down as well. And it's an unbelievable weekend for Georgia football, where now people are talking, LT, about Georgia maybe challenging to tie Alabama and Miami for most first-round picks, or maybe even possibly, if it shakes out, to break it. They got 4 locks to go in the first round. There's a possibility of them getting up to 6 or 7 with some of the performances. Nothing was more amazing than watching 341-pound Jordan Davis run a 4.78 40.
I mean, it's insane that he's almost 6'7". He's taller than Gronk. I did see that graphic that the NFL shot out. He's taller than Gronk. He ran a 4.78. He had a standing broad jump of 10 feet 3 inches, which is a record for any player over 300 pounds. I mean, watching him run, I don't know if you've ever seen the video, and it's like maybe in Wyoming, and there's a mountain biker, and he's going through these really tight roads, and there's a grizzly just bearing down on him.
I have seen that.
And that's what Jordan Davis looked like.
The grizzly bearing down, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, something that big, that fast, I mean, that's terrifying. But, I had seen him anywhere from as high as 12 all the way back to 20. But I think with what he did in Indianapolis, he solidified himself a top 10 guy.
Yeah, just unbelievable to see somebody that big running that fast. But, I mean, you saw speed all weekend long. They are talking about safety Lewis Sign possibly being a first-round guy now, and he threw down a 4.37 40. Maybe the first safety taken, whether that's first round or second day, we'll wait and see. But he looks like he's going to be the first safety taken.
Yeah, look, that is fast for a safety. I mean, Kyle Hamilton, who will be your first safety off the board, ran right at a 4.6 40. But for a safety, that's getting it. But 16 D-backs ran faster than 4.4s. I mean, the speed, and we talked about this last week, it's just getting more and more.
Everybody's training it now. But, I mean, the NFL on offense, what are they in love with right now?
Speed.
So what should you probably be in love with on defense too?
Speed.
I mean, you got to have somebody to keep up with those guys, right?
And that's a lot of closing speed there. I mean, we're never going to ask Jordan Davis to sprint 40 yards to make a play, hopefully.
I don't believe he's ever going to be in pass coverage, right?
That's right. That's right. Nice to know he can do it from defensive tackle. We're not going to really need him to do it.
But I think on a scoop and score.
I like his odds.
To get him from behind.
But
good night. Yes.
Chasing a quarterback or a back to the sideline, I mean, that speed comes in handy. He's going to be doing that some.
And it really does. And, the Cincinnati media and fans and players got a dose of that when they played Alabama in the playoffs.
That's
they were
right.
like, this speed is different.
Yep.
And SEC speed is different. But when you talk about a safety, now we're talking about closing speed, right? Not always in man coverage on somebody. Sometimes they're the over-the-top help, or they're trying to take away a side of the field and get looked off by a quarterback. Sometimes you can make up a misstep one direction by that kind of speed, and speed was the story. Another guy, Christian Harris, over the weekend. I didn't know Christian was that fast.
I didn't. Well, I think I remember him being a converted DB, right? I think he was in high school a DB, and Alabama liked him at linebacker, if I remember correctly. So you knew he had some sort of secondary speed, but I did not know he had 4.4 speed.
Yeah,
I mean, that's moving for a guy his size.
Yeah, I mean, so Roger McCreary, who is projected as a first-round cornerback, ran a 4.5. Christian Harris runs a 4.4.
A 4.4.
Yeah.
And there again, now that's a guy that will be in coverage.
Yeah, he will be in coverage.
So you're asking him to cover a wide receiver in a tight end's body. We got a lot of that in the NFL right now. Well, I feel like he can keep up with him. Right, at 4.4, I think he can keep up with him.
So they talked about Christian, who maybe was a day 3 guy, being a second-round guy now because of showing that speed.
I still think it is really dangerous that everybody gets – I mean, look, obviously it's super important. But to take a guy and believe that, hey, he was probably a day 2 guy and now maybe can move up to day 1 just based on a 40 time seems a little dangerous.
All right, we're approaching the top of the hour. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll send out some Cowan Equipment poll questions today. You can go vote at Next Round Live on Twitter. Great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
I don't know that we would get a good sample because we are in the state of Alabama, but both of you bristled at the thought that was the biggest win in North Carolina basketball history. I don't know if we could do a poll question and get any sort of clarity on that.
Throw it out.
I was a North Carolina basketball fan for a good 10 to 12 years, diehard.
Well, give me a regular season win you know is bigger than that one.
Look, the more I process this, just what it did to Duke to send out Krzyzewski like that in Cameron Indoor and the ticket prices.
The biggest villain you've ever faced.
I think you can make an argument for it the more I think about it now, but there had to have been other regular seasons or that won them regular season championships, gave them a 1 seed.
Maybe so,
probably even Duke games, buzzer beaters.
But you do all those all the time. I guess the point of the fans that talk to Brown is that is something I can bring back in conversations all the time. Bringing back the 1982 ACC championship game probably doesn't resonate in the conversation as the fact that we sent K out a loser at Cameron.
Well, just knowing that on the flip side of that, was it the most painful regular season loss in Duke basketball under Mike Krzyzewski? You could definitely make that argument.
Yeah, like it's
easy. And you were responsible for that pain.
Few times you see Cameron crazies crying.
Yeah.
It's easy to say like Auburn's greatest regular season win was kick six because not only do you beat Alabama, you get to the SEC championship, you go on and you play for a national championship.
Some would argue bowl over the top and stuff like that, but that's definitely in the argument.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it, right?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah.
Well, kick six, some would say bow over the top, though. That was a pretty important game in Auburn history.
It was, but I think the kick six, gave you a chance you should have won a national championship.
Yeah, bow over the top, Bo's going to score. I mean, the way that game ended was just so incredible.
It could have been a bow around the left side, and he was going to score.
I don't know. Dunaway, you're more of an Alabama historian, maybe even Lunsford. What would be Alabama's greatest regular season win?
There's so many.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's regular season, right? So what does that matter?
The next one
is the biggest one.
Yeah, the next one in 180 days. All right, you keep the best and worst coming in. We appreciate those so much. In developing news, Wake Forest has signed Steve Forbes to a long-term contract. He's done a great job there already at Wake Forest, so he is staying at Wake, and they've got a long-term deal there. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap. As you get ready to put that house on the market, check the gutters. If it's not capped with Gutter Cap, you're missing out on an opportunity to up that price a little bit.
823-2212, that is the number you need to write down. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Right now, Gutter Cap, 45% off the retail price for the next round of viewers and listeners. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out if you want to eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. We get it thanks to Sleep Outfitters. It's a truly customized experience. We went into the local Sleep Outfitters, answered just a few questions. In mere moments, they have us literally laying on mattresses, finding the best one for us. We picked the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we've never slept better. And right now, Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale went so well, they've extended it through the end of February. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic Plus spring mattress starting at just $229. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With zero interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up an incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. When you come to the extended President's Day sale now at your local Sleep Outfitters, find the one nearest you in Alabama at sleepoutfitters.com. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, you guys asking us about the hot ones. We've got an update coming at the end of the show. Final segment of the show today, we'll give you an update on the hot ones, developing news. Last segment. And as we often do on this show, we have opened a big can of worms. We'll talk about that after the headlines. Headlines brought to you by LT's barbecue adventure over the weekend. Did you make it there?
Yeah, I did make it there. We went to Creekside BBQ on Friday night. So good. I actually got the smash burger. Brown, you would love this. Double cheeseburger, and it actually had the Wickles Pickles on it.
I had it when they brought it up here.
The smash sauce.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, Creekside BBQ, located Oak Mountain, took the kids. It's centered around great barbecue. The roommate actually got the barbecue sandwich. Soulful music, good vibes, Alabama-style chicken, the North Carolina pork, Memphis kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. I got the potato salad, the feta potato salad.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Oh, so freaking good. There's something for everyone at Creekside BBQ. Creekside BBQ just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck where we sat overlooking the creek. Several TVs, incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by. Tell them the next round sent you. Check out their menu today. Go to creekside/bbq.com.
Okay, first off, the can of worms that we opened because of this discussion. Hookah-mania, the best ever regular season win ever by North Carolina, beating your heated rival on the legendary coach's last regular season home game. UNC fan for 40 years cannot think of any bigger win than that win.
Okay.
All right.
Again, when Brown initially said it, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, both of you did.
And the reason being is because I think it's a combination that North Carolina has not had a banner North Carolina-like season.
Right.
I mean, they weren't even ranked coming into this game. I think that was part of the factor. But when you do process it, and Krzyzewski, this incredible history and arguably one of the top 2 or 3 coaches of all time in college basketball, to go out like that.
They did have a special logo made for the game.
They did.
The K logo.
And all the hoopla around it. Though,
boy, they got run in the second half.
You did not get 55 points. Isn't that what Carolina scored on Duke's floor? All the hoopla pregame, which you did not get to see because of typical ESPN fashion, they had pushed the games too close, and then Texas-Kansas went overtime, which was hilarious.
Meanwhile, the can of worms now.
Oh, I thought that was the can of worms.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm really interested
the
to see what the can of worms
is when Brown says, "Oh, Bo Over the Top's the greatest Auburn win of all time regular season."
Some would say,
and then you and I chime in, "No, it's the kick 6." And then
maybe I shouldn't have brought it up.
Auburn fans are like,
"It seems very obvious."
The Shepherd goes, "No, actually, it was the 1989 Iron Bowl. We've been equal footing with them ever since, getting him to come play down at Jordan-Hare Stadium."
That's another
Others says, "No, it's the comeback, coming back and winning that game in Tuscaloosa.
Another one
allowed us to go on and win the national championship."
Yeah, that's bigger than the kick 6. Comebacks easily are bigger than the kick 6. Not even close.
Because they didn't win the national championship. Okay.
Yeah, comeback is easy.
Yeah, I guess it's just the way the kick 6
biggest
ended.
moment in Auburn history. Sure, I mean that's a moment that we'll never see
because
again.
I don't know, and I don't know if Auburn fans would admit it now. Just watching that game, I never believed Auburn was going to win that game until they won the game.
Nor did I. Yep.
Creekside BBQ is the guy bringing you, or the folks bringing you the headlines. Auburn wins the SEC regular season on Saturday. Number 1 seed in the SEC tournament down in Tampa. They play on Friday. Alabama loses to LSU. We haven't talked about that game yet. It's an overtime loss, but the way it ends, J.D. Davidson not knowing there's 4 seconds on the shot clock. Nate Oates admits afterwards that's on him. Hey, guess what? It's on him. It's on the coaches. You got to let everybody know the situation on the clock.
You do, but at the same time, you just don't typically see, in that situation, down 1, a shot clock violation.
You don't. Now, you do, as a player, you also should know, hey, there's only 4 seconds on the shot clock. I got 2 eyes. I can look at the clock.
What position is J.D. Davidson playing in that situation?
Is he the point?
I mean, if you're a guard, you got to know.
Yeah, you should. Anytime,
any player on the court should
anytime, you should look at the clock.
Now, I'll blame Nate Oates. He's the head coach. He's got to coach him better than that. It was 100% on Nate Oates, and he took the blame. But if you're a guard, come on, man.
I mean,
it's right there in front of you. It's actually they keep it on a big clock.
It should be muscle memory that every time there's a stoppage, you glance at the clock. Scoring clock. I mean, I do it as a fan.
I'm about to say, when you're watching a football game on TV, how often do your eyes glance down and look at the play clock on the screen?
All the time. So it should be automatic. It should be muscle memory that anytime you can, you're looking at clock and score, score.
One of the tools of great guards is vision, and that is part of not only the ability to see the court, but also to have the awareness to know where the shot clock is in that situation. But I look back, man, Shackelford has got to be better. He's great against teams like Gonzaga, but when he goes out and you can't hit anything behind the arc, I mean, it blows me away with how much this team can struggle shooting threes.
It really is. It's crazy. They one of their last 13 again or something like that?
You're exactly right that when how they've gotten the wins they've gotten to look as good as they have in those games and to equally look as bad as they look in some games. And still, that's an LSU NCAA tournament team on the road that you lose to by 3 in overtime.
Yeah, look.
I mean, you didn't play great. And you still had a chance to beat an LSU team that's going to be in the tournament. But to make the mistakes they make, to not be able to shoot, to make the mistake. I mean, everybody's like, JD's a freshman, true freshman.
No,
not now.
Not.
I mean,
they played 30 games.
They played 30 games. Don't give me that bull crap. And I don't care if he is a freshman. You learn very early as an athlete to know your situation.
Yeah, he may be a freshman, but again, 30 games of playing with a shot clock, you've got to know to look at this, especially on an inbound, right?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that the first thing you do on an inbound? I got to know on an inbound what is, if I'm going to touch the ball, what do I need to do? Do I have time to distribute? Do I need to shoot right away? What do I need to do?
Yeah. Well, I was going to bring it up last week, Dunaway, and I didn't do it. But I was going to say that I don't think Alabama wins another game. When we kind of hinted around what's a better chance, Alabama going to a Sweet 16 or not winning another game.
You don't think they can beat Vandy, Georgia?
Well,
they'll beat Vandy, Georgia.
I think they should. But now, I mean, what it would have part of it was getting by this LSU team. So now it's a much better chance that they lose to Vandy, Georgia than they go to the NCAA tournament and win 2 games.
Oh, so better chance.
Yeah, because remember the scenario last week was
Sweet 16 or
do they not lose or do they not win another game or do they have a better chance of going to a Sweet 16?
So wait, now the question is, do they beat Vandy, Georgia, or
go to Sweet 16?
Or go to Sweet
better
16?
Chance, better chance.
I think they have a better chance of losing to Vandy, Georgia.
I think you're probably right. I mean, keep in mind.
We just want to say it's Vandy. I think Georgia tapped out a long time ago.
Yeah, probably. So Georgia is a team that has already beaten them, and Vandy is a team they had to fight tooth and nail to beat in Nashville. Now, this game's in Tampa, obviously. Both those were road games.
So you're painting Georgia with Tom Crean about to be fired as the teacher the last few weeks in classes.
They are shagging flies.
She's showing a film every day. Hey, we're going to watch Disney's Lost Boys today. I know Disney's not Lost Boys.
You heard Wimp bring it up last Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wimp was like, there are teams in this tournament that have their girlfriends in town. They've already tapped out mentally. Georgia just seems like they're going to be one of those teams. I could be completely wrong.
Well, I mean, it is hard to continue playing for a coach you know you're not going to play for next year. That's hard, right? I mean, I know you should say, well, you got pride enough to do it, your name on the jersey, yada, 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 all that stuff. But I'm not playing for this guy next year. And where are we going? We're not going to – there is not a Georgia player on that team that thinks they can go down there and win. What are they going to win, 5 games? 5 games.
Truthfully what I do.
To win the tournament. What?
If I'm Georgia – if I'm a Georgia player, honest to goodness, Lunsford, tell me if this is a good idea. Tournament's in Tampa this year.
Mm-hmm.
Spring break for a lot of people is also starting this week or next week.
Right.
If I am the Georgia player, I'm going down there, and I've already told Coach I'm not taking the team plane back to Athens. I'm staying down, and I'm spring breaking in the Tampa metro area on the beaches. And I'm going to rent a car and drive back to Athens.
I bet the majority of players already thought about that.
Yeah, I'm sitting there going, I'm using the program's money to get to Tampa.
Right. I'll figure out
spring break.
I'll tell you this: it's a great idea if you don't want to play basketball anymore.
Well, but Crean's not coaching.
He's not coaching anymore.
And I'll tell you
that nothing better
comes
than
in. We'll still see stuff like that. If you're a senior, I say go for it.
It's only happened to me one time. The flight back on Southwest from Vegas, where nobody was sitting next to me, so I had all 3, and I was able just to lay across them. You'll have plenty of that on that Georgia flight.
We used to take buses to high school baseball games, and I remember until my senior year, I was always mad after the last loss that the seniors didn't take the team bus back to the school. They rode with family or their own cars back or girlfriends or whatever. And I was like, man, we win as a team, we lose as a team, we ride there as a team. Until my senior year.
That's right.
And I had what you like to call options.
Yeah. And you were in somebody's Camaro riding shotgun.
No team bus on the way back to the school. No, thank you. So if I was the
Camaro.
So if you have the opportunity as a Georgia player, I'm letting Georgia pay for my trip to spring break, and then we're gonna rent a car and come on back home. All right, let's get into more of the best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, better known as Hemp Hill Sports. Hemp Hill Services, great folks there. Whether it's cooling, heating, or plumbing needs, Hemp Hill can help you out.
Yeah, write the number down, 205-229-2090. It is the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954, as Dunaway said, for plumbing, cooling, heating needs. Call Adam, Andrew, Chad, the guys, the team there at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. Again, 205-229-2090. It is Hemp Hill Services.
I told you my best of the weekend was the Exceptional Foundation Chili Cook-Off. Forrester's got a couple of pictures. Do you guys like chili?
I love chili.
Usually,
describe the one.
And you've been to this event, event before, LT and Brownie.
Yeah, I've actually. Have you ever judged it, Brown? I did a couple years ago.
Yeah, I've done it a few times. The number of chilies have gone way up. I was a preliminary judge, Lawrence Sisler, Will Lockamy, and a couple of others, but I was a preliminary judge. But we still had, it seemed like 15 or 20 chilies we had to try. There was a time early on in the 18-year history of this event that 20 chilies were what you had entered into the whole thing. And now there's so many, multiple tables of judges judging 15 or 20 chilies. An enormous amount. Over 100 chilies entered into the competition. So it's just grown so much. It fills up the parking lot there at the Brookwood Mall.
Now how were the chilies? Now, the one knock that I would say is, like, I can make a really good chili. I can't make a really good chili for 50 people because I don't know how the portions are.
Well, I wanted to ask you, at what point is it not chili anymore to you? Like, the beef was brisket, okay?
No, I've had a brisket chili. It's fantastic.
It was wonderful.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
In fact, that was my favorite one.
Yep.
I've had some with steak chopped up into it.
I'm good with that.
I was okay with that.
Yep.
With the normal beans. Some don't have beans. But then some started to put, like, corn and black beans.
I put corn and black beans in mine.
Is it still chili if it's got
corn
corn in it?
You have black bean chili beans.
You do.
So I've got regular pinto beans, black bean chili beans, and then I put the Mexi corn, kind of the Fiesta corn.
I will say, though, you were moving closer and closer to Brunswick stew at that point.
I wrote on one that had corn in it, and I said, really great tasting stew, capital letters.
I disagree.
Don't think it should be in the chili cook-off.
I think you can put a little bit in there. I put cinnamon in my chili, too.
I've heard of people doing that, yeah.
There was, obviously beer is a common ingredient.
Sure.
Lockamy and I think we found one that had bourbon in it. Is that a common to throw a bourbon into a chili?
Nope.
We think we had bourbon in one. But one, and I don't want to offend anybody, it was green. It was a green chili.
Green chili, yeah.
Yeah,
I've had green chili.
Well, that starts you off in an interesting category when you're judging 15 to 18 of them, and everything's the same color, and then there's one that's green. I'm like, okay.
How was it, honestly?
I like the green salsa. It did not get the highest score on my sheet because it already came, and we were judging from canisters about like this. It already came with a dollop of sour cream.
I like sour cream
in the
on
middle,
mine.
and it had tortilla chips stuffed down in it already to where they were soggy and in it. So the texture was really bad, and the presentation it wasn't that great. So, but it was a fun event. Had a lot of good people, good music, and just tons and tons of participation. Their biggest one yet. So thanks everyone for supporting it. The bad side of that is that I crave Saturday mornings breakfast. So I went and had a big breakfast. Typical Jim didn't know exactly what time he needed to be at the chili cook-off. So I finished my big breakfast. I got to be there at 9:45. So now I've got.
So you've already eaten a big breakfast.
I've got 2 fried eggs over medium. I've got Conecuh sausage, dark Conecuh sausage, cooked crispy. 2 pieces of toast and a waffle. So that was my Saturday morning breakfast, and just delicious. So that was what I had. And then there I am an hour and a half later, I'm starting to judge a chili cook-off.
And you really need a nap, right?
Yeah.
At that point, yeah.
And then I went to one of our great sponsors, Culver's, thinking
ease the pain.
No, I was thinking, okay, it's lunch. I'm supposed to go by Culver's for their grand opening.
That's next week.
On Highway 280.
Next weekend, yeah.
And I go walking up, and I'd call Maggie. I said, I can't believe I got to eat again. She goes, well, don't eat. Just go say hi. And I said, no, their burgers are too good. I've got to eat. So I go walking in, hit the door, and it's like,
bang. So how much did you gain over the weekend?
And I'm looking around, 2.5 pounds. I'm looking in there, and they see me, but nobody's opening the door. And I go and I call our buddy David. I'm like, David, aren't we supposed to be at this friends and family thing today? He's like, Dunaway, it's next Saturday. Read your emails.
Ooh.
So the read your emails, that's my worst of the weekend. I did not read the email properly.
You never do?
Yeah, and I was stuffed.
Give me
your best and your worst.
My daughter caught her first fish of the weekend.
Over
the weekend.
Young daughter or
my
old
young
daughter?
My old daughter's caught them before. My young daughter. So I play. It's daily double for me. Play golf Saturday and caught 2 fish.
Oh.
No, I caught 4 fish. My daughter caught 2. Yeah.
So you golf Saturday too? Okay.
Saturday and caught fish.
So Friday afternoon and Saturday.
Yeah.
Golf. So got 2 in this weekend.
2 fish.
What was
4 fish.
What was your worst of the weekend?
Nothing?
Nothing?
Nothing really. The weather was fantastic. Duke lost.
The weather's great. Saturday, Saturday, Friday, Sunday, best of the weekend for you? Anything?
Best probably just weather.
Yeah.
It was a good weekend.
Did you get the fire by the pool at all this weekend?
No, because it was 80 degrees.
Yeah. It got a little chilly Saturday night. I was out eating at one of our sponsors, Slice, on Saturday night. And by the way, the Duke, North Carolina game, takes over the entire restaurant.
So you went and ate pizza after all of that?
For somebody's birthday. I had to do that Saturday night, yeah.
Did you see the inside of your place this weekend?
I did not. But
that recliner is in perfect condition.
I think I ate an entire spicy Hawaiian by myself.
Oh, did
you know what I did? I can eat a whole slice pizza by myself.
Oh, absolutely.
So Friday I had to make a decision. I said I was taking the kids to see Uncharted, the Tom Holland, Mark Wahlberg film. Have you seen it, by the way?
I have not. Uncharted.
Yeah.
Uncharted.
Uncharted.
I haven't seen it.
Doesn't matter. It's not a good movie. Don't go see it. Don't waste your time.
Oh, not good?
No, not good at all. Now, the kids, they kind of enjoyed it because it's this epic adventure. It's based on a video game, right?
Yeah. It's a pretty good video game.
So I had to make the decision. Are we going to the 650 or the 940?
Ooh, you
used to be easy.
It used to be an easy decision.
940.
It would be the 940.
If you want to see the end of it, you got to go 650.
So we wanted to play. I said, look, if we do the 940, we can play cornhole. We can take our time. We can go to Creekside BBQ. We can go, just hang out. Really, we won't be rushed at all. So we decided to do the 940. Well, we're really killing time, and we finally get into the movie. It starts at about 10:10, so we were there till like 12:15. I was about to die. I could barely keep my eyes open. First off, because it was late. Second, it was a bad movie. So that was probably my worst of the weekend.
Because of our schedules, and you do a workout before you get in here every morning, there are times you're at bed at 9:40 sometimes.
Well, I mean, I get up at 6 every day, so when you're up for 18 straight hours, I mean that's.
And we're all old.
Yeah, and that's
top all that.
Factor.
Yeah.
So that's what we did this weekend. Keep your best and worst rolling in this weekend. Brett's talking about deer chili over there. I like deer chili.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. I'm telling you, you mentioned the brisket one. I had one recently. It's one of the best I've ever had. And it was chunks of brisket. Like the big chunks of brisket.
There's a place downtown that does a really good brisket chili.
The same one. Okay. Yeah, the chunks of brisket. Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, see, I've done bison in mine before. Bison's really good.
Wow. You can't hide money. Bison chili.
Well, I was about to say there's nobody out there that's going to do it because you can get that little small pack of bison in local markets.
And how much for that?
I haven't done it in a couple of years.
But it's high price,
saying there's
right?
no way somebody's going to do it for. I mean, how many? Are they cooking for 100 people?
I don't know what the rule is, but the tent's open for everybody. I mean, thousands of people are there now, and it's all day long. Riley says Dunaway has a brand new never used recliner in his house for sale. It's been in his house for 15 years. I don't like staying at home much.
You don't. Now, I was out. I thought about it Saturday. I was out all day. I barely went inside Saturday until dark. Yeah. But boy, when dark hit, man, I was inside.
I hate the weather's going back in the other direction.
I do too. This coming weekend's gonna be awful. Yeah. This weekend was so good.
Jeff's best of the weekend: Enterprise winning the 7A championship in basketball, the first in school history. Nicole says congratulations to Coleman winning the basketball state championship, their first in school history this weekend. So, and Paul sends us a picture of everybody holding up 4 fingers on the Bama sidelines, letting the players know, hey, 4 seconds on the shot clock. One of those bad endings for Alabama. When we come back, Lunsford's viewing menu. Plus, we will get into the Jayden Daniels situation. He's now at LSU, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, what Alabama Power wants to remind you, Dunaway, is that you do depend on them to keep your lights on and keep you informed, so they want to let you know that new tools help you stay up to date during storms. We've got storms coming in today. You can get real-time updates on your phone or computer, personalized updates about when your power will be restored. Sign up by texting ENROLL, the word enroll, to this number, 272-688. Using a cell phone registered to your Alabama Power account, visit alabamapower.com/alerts to do it as well. If you don't have an online account, create one today. alabamapower.com/alerts.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Chris over in the Farmfolio chat room. Best of the weekend. I took my kid to the Shriners Baseball Classic over in Houston as he listens to us out there. Worst of the weekend, LSU losing to both Texas and Baylor over the weekend as college baseball continues on. Auburn and Alabama with sweeps this past weekend. Alabama softball sweeps a couple of from Texas and others. They're number 2 in the country and 20-0. And Auburn softball has won 13 straight now, and they're number 20 in the country. New rankings today out as they sweep Toledo and North Carolina A&T and Chattanooga over the weekend. So a lot of the Diamond folks who play baseball and softball at the college level and all your local club teams enjoying the great weather over the weekend. Let's do Lunsford's View Menu now, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, we've got a great promotion going on right here at the Next Round. Submit our next T-shirt design. Go to nextroundlive.com, submit it, and win. It's that simple. It is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. 1-800-735-2787 for more information. You can also go online, danielmooreart.com. Again, submit your shirt design and win. Head to the nextroundlive.com and design our next shirt.
And a lot of people have been submitting things without designs. I want to actually see people's creativity when they submit.
How do you
designs.
do it without a design?
They just cheat the system.
All right, here's a good T-shirt idea.
Yeah. All right, coming up tonight at 7 p.m. on Amazon Prime, live streaming of the Academy of Country Music Awards. I only bring that up because I think we're going to start seeing that for every single award show moving forward. It's going to be on streaming platforms instead of like on networks or something like that. I can see the Oscars being on Netflix, the Emmys being on Hulu, stuff like that. But on Prime tonight, the Academy of Country Music Awards. Every night is the biggest night in country music, seems like.
Well, I thought that was live on CBS last night.
Oh, well, it's on Prime tonight. They're actually like live streaming the Academy of Country Music Awards. So I think we're going to see eventually everything will get to that point.
Okay.
Because nobody watches them anymore. I mean, nobody really watches award shows. The Oscars, I'm sure, will be a record low when it comes up in a month.
Yeah, I used to absolutely love it. I don't watch it anymore.
Yeah, nobody really watches it anymore. That's the only reason I brought that up, because I think that's the way things are going to start shifting. 5 o'clock on TMC. This is Colin Farrell's the most recent guy on Hot Ones. I don't know if y'all are Colin Farrell fans or not. Just did the Batman.
Yeah, I like
the Penguin in that, and also has an A24 movie.
Tigerland, probably his best movie. You ever seen it?
Haven't seen it. I like Colin Farrell for the most part, but I think his best movie probably is The Lobster, which is a movie from A24. It's kind of a slow movie, not for everybody, but a really, really solid movie. Yorgos Lanthimos, the guy that did The Favorite a few years ago, he's the one that did that. Coming up 5 p.m. on TMC. Also, he's in a new movie on top of the Batman called After Yang. It's the first big A24 movie of the year. It's on Showtime tonight at 9 p.m. And then American Crime Story, all 3 seasons now available on Hulu starting today. That includes People vs. O.J. Simpson, the assassination of Gianni Versace, and impeachment. I only watched like half of impeachment. I couldn't make myself watch all the rest of it.
Did anyone watch the Lakers thing last night? Was it good?
I thought it was good. You know, what you start to wonder, and Adam McKay's done some really good work. And again, I'm hit or miss on Adam McKay. I think Succession is the best show on TV right now. And I don't know. So you did watch it, right?
I did.
I want to know, it can't be accurate, right? I mean, it's so over the top. And I want it to be accurate.
It's based on a true story.
Yeah, but so one guy, Jerry West, and he's played by Jason Clarke, really good actor.
Yeah.
But Jerry West is so mean and so over the top, and I've never heard that about Jerry West. I know he's a very driven, maybe complicated guy, but I'd never seen that side of Jerry West, and I just wonder how accurate that was.
The show. I mean, Jerry West is the bad guy, and I've never necessarily thought of him that way. I don't know.
But like Succession it's loosely based on the Murdoch family, right? Fox, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, but that is complete. This is fiction. Succession. Right. This is supposed to be based on Jerry Buss and his acquisition from Jack Kent Cooke of buying the Lakers and then drafting Magic Johnson and everything.
Yeah, when you're using real names, I expect it to be a little more accurate.
Right.
Like to your point with Succession, it is still fiction, though it is loosely based on the Murdoch family.
Yeah.
I mean, the things I believe is Jerry Buss waking up in a pile of flesh at the Playboy Mansion.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's believable. Yeah, 100% believable.
Yeah, the first scene of the show, and satin sheets on a waterbed.
Yeah.
Believable. But some of the other stuff, like Norm Nixon and going one-on-one with Magic Johnson at a party, I wonder if that really happened. I mean, if it did, it's fascinating. But, I mean, how much is embellished? I don't know.
Well, I mean, it'll open up a number of interviews where Magic will say, no, that really didn't happen like that, or no, Jerry is really a great guy.
Well, Magic and Kareem and basically Jeannie Buss, everybody involved is basically like, get this away from us. And I know Jerry West cannot be happy about this.
It's like Pam and Tommy's out right now, and they are destroying. Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee are destroying that show, saying nothing about it's accurate, and I think it's hurt some of it a little bit. There's like, I can't watch the show and take any of it seriously if it's all completely.
That's why I haven't watched it.
Fabricated.
Yeah.
I mean, the show's okay. I mean, and that was, I was young when that happened, but the same thing with this. This was before my time, so I know the overall story and that they're getting right. But my problem with Adam McKay is everything he does, they're looking at the camera, talking, like breaking the fourth wall, and it is non-stop.
It is non-stop.
And they do it. Like The Big Short, they did it some. Like Vice, they did it. Like some of the movies he does, they do that. It is non-stop. More is to the camera than is actually being acted out.
Yeah, and that's John C. Reilly, who plays Dr. Jerry Buss. He's doing it as Lunsford said. I mean, it's every scene he's talking to the camera. I just, if it's not going to be accurate, here's the way I wish. It's loosely like the Murdochs, and Succession is a great show, and you could have made a great show out of this. This is loosely based on the Lakers, but we're not going to make it the Lakers.
Yeah.
Like everybody knows, this fictional team out of Los Angeles is the Lakers. This is Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
But
well, I can't wait. I got it saved and ready to go this afternoon. I'll enjoy my lunch while watching.
You'll love this. So the roommate we're watching, and she's like, so wait, I'm confused. Who's Irvin? And I was like, that's Magic Johnson. She was like, well, his name's Irvin? And I was like, well, his name's not Magic. She was like, I thought his name was Magic.
Yeah, his mom and dad does Magic. That's what her name is.
Always interesting to put Magic on the birth certificate there. All right, that's what Lunsford is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life. All right, yesterday the biggest story in college football was another quarterback landing when Jayden Daniels made the announcement yesterday and LSU backed it up officially announcing it. Did it surprise you that the landing spot was LSU, that it was Baton Rouge?
Well, a little bit. Brown, Jayden Daniels is a guy, when he's on, he can make a difference. I don't know what to expect from this. And Miles Brennan coming back, and I forgot, who did we have on from LSU not long ago?
Jacob Hester.
And he said, I fully believe Miles Brennan is going to be the guy to not go into the portal or to go in and then come back out. He's going to be the guy for Brian Kelly. And Brian Kelly, early on in his Notre Dame career, you saw if quarterback made a mistake, he'd go to another quarterback. Now, his last 5 or 6 years, he's had his, from DeShone Kizer to Ian Book to this past year with Jack Cohn, he's had a solidified starter. I don't think he's got that right now. I don't know if it's going to be Jayden Daniels or if it's going to be Miles Brennan.
I was trying to think of a Brian Kelly quarterback that played like Jayden Daniels. Did Book play a little bit? I mean, did they had a? I'm trying
to know.
Well, here's the numbers.
I was trying to make a comparison.
In 30 games, 32 passing, 16 rushing touchdowns. Yeah. So he's good at both. He's definitely a dual threat guy. So he's giving you 32 passing, 16 rushing touchdowns in 30 games of play. Was excellent his freshman year and took a step back last year. I mean, Ian Book's not a bad comparison.
Ian Book was a tremendous quarterback. What I've seen from Jayden Daniels, it reminds me of, these are going to be bad names, Reggie Ball at Georgia Tech, Chris Ricks at Florida State. And what I mean by that is the first time we saw him for a full season, you were like, this guy's got a lot of potential. I mean, 17 touchdowns, 2 interceptions
but
his
they never
freshman
get
year.
Any better. Yeah.
He got actually worse.
Yeah.
And that's what you've seen from Jayden Daniels. And I don't know how much of that was system and coaching at Arizona State. He's going to get an opportunity, though, in the best league in college football with a really good coach.
Like a lot of people, the reaction was, boy, the SEC quarterback play. I mean, how much has it improved with the transfer portal? And it has improved there, but I'm not even certain he starts.
So you don't think Jayden Daniels is
I'm not certain of it.
I'm with you. I lean he does, but I'm not certain.
I mean, there's no certainty that this guy may. I mean, you look at some of the other transfers like Jackson Dart.
Let me read through them.
Okay.
Spencer Rattler, South Carolina.
I'm 100% certain he starts.
Jackson Dart,
100% certain he starts.
Zach Calzada,
I don't
Texas
know.
A&M.
I think he does, but I'm not certain.
Max Johnson, Texas A&M.
I think he does, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, I don't think he does actually.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be Connor I should not have said it that way. There's a chance he does, but I'm not certain.
And then there's Jayden Daniels. I think Jayden Daniels is more the starter than Max Johnson is.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but you see you wouldn't guarantee.
Yeah, I would lean them.
Oh, I wouldn't bet. I wouldn't bet
both of those,
but you would Jackson Dart and Spencer Rattler. Those guys are starting for South Carolina and Ole Miss.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't on Calzada either.
I would not on Calzada either.
But just think about all the quarterbacks you have coming back, and then I just gave you those that have transferred in. I mean, you got all starters coming back. Those 5 transfer guys who are names who could be starters, and other than Missouri and Vanderbilt, everybody's either got their starter back or they got a big name in the transfer.
Yeah, no, I brought it up, man. I mean, SEC Media Day is going to be fun. It was just a few years ago. You were like, there's no star power at the quarterback position, and now you've got, even if some of these guys don't start, you've got big time names. You've got a ton of experience. Multiple starting quarterbacks on different rosters now. So this is exciting. To me, it came out of left field, though. I didn't. Jayden Daniels trying to figure out where he was going to land. LSU was not one of those that was on the radar.
LSU Chris says you can't rely on Miles to not get injured.
That may be true, in which case Jayden Daniels is your starter if he gets hurt. But I mean, that's not necessarily Miles Brennan's fault. Again, I go back to when Miles Brennan started the season as the starter, and everybody wants to point to the fact that they couldn't get it in from 1 yard out at Missouri and they lost that game, which is 100% true. But Brennan had played well up until that point. And then he had that, what was it, a rib injury or something like that, and he just never made it back on the field. But had played well to me up until that point.
LSU's a scary team. LT, because you know they've got some talent there. They got Boutte if he stays on that roster all the way to the start of the season. If he doesn't portal this thing up after spring, with Jayden Daniels coming in, Boutte, the talent they've got down there, the people they brought in on the portal, that's an interesting team that you really don't know what you're going to get, but you know there's some talented people down there that could really rock up that SEC Western Division race.
Yeah, I think what you're going to get, we're talking about an LSU team that was 6-7 last year. Brian Kelly, I think we all at least agree, is an elite coach. I think what you're going to get is a team that beats some teams they shouldn't this year.
Who, LSU?
Yeah, I don't think LSU's in contention to win the SEC West at all.
Yeah.
But I think they're one of those that could go on the road, against an Arkansas, let's say, or a Texas A&M, and win one of those road games against a team they shouldn't beat.
Well, they host Alabama. They play Texas A&M. They play Ole Miss. All people that have dreams of being in Atlanta. That's that can change. They can change the course of that.
Yeah, neutral site Florida State to start the year. They're favored a touchdown or so in that game. A little less than that, you think?
You talking about LSU?
Yeah,
it's in New Orleans.
No, it's in New Orleans.
Yeah. Oh, it is in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Neutral site.
Neutral site, but
loose
neutral site. Be a big LSU
I
crowd.
probably would say LSU 6.
Yeah. So they're about a touchdown favorite over Florida State to start the year.
They'll be favored, obviously, Southern. They'll be favored Mississippi State, New Mexico. They'll be favored at Auburn.
Auburn's an interesting game.
Depends on how Auburn plays first month of the season. That game's around to pick.
I mean, it's a game Auburn won in Baton Rouge this past season. Bo Nix playing out of his mind in that one.
They'll be favored against Tennessee. At Florida will be around a pick.
Yeah,
and they'll be favored against Ole Miss.
Hey, but the end of that season is tough. Go past the bye week.
But heck, there's a chance they're favored 9 of 12 games.
Yeah, but after that bye week for LSU, Alabama home at Arkansas.
Yep.
UAB, which. If you're going to play an out-of-conference game.
7 offensive starters, 9 starters returning on defense. Always a really good defense.
UAB can be a tough out, and those other weren't for Georgia this past year. And then at Texas A&M.
Look, they've got 6 or 7 swing games, but if they were favored 9 and they won all 9, if he went 9-3, he's your SEC coach of the year.
His month of November is absolutely brutal.
The knock on Brian Kelly, though, was could he come down here and recruit? And so far, he's recruited well, and he's really succeeded in the portal well.
Yeah, interesting way he's recruiting. I haven't seen a video with Jayden yet. Is there one out there?
There's none of him dancing. He did not have to dance to get Jayden Daniels, but he does.
That might have just been a clean drop of a bag.
He didn't have to grind on him.
But forget it. You do have that 5-star quarterback that he danced with that's coming in. So you got a 5-star
kid, right?
quarterback. Yeah. So that's they've got a quarterback room at LSU.
Yeah, and that's good. It's a good problem to have. But as we know in 2022 is only one of those guys plays, and the other guys typically tap out.
That's the story in Baton Rouge. The story about your roof right now is storms in the area again today. Keep this name in mind, Greg from Pell City. If you do have roof damage today, first thing you do is text or call Greg at this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. That's directly to Greg Nelson, the owner of Storm Restoration Roofing. If you have storm damage, Greg will come out. He'll take pictures and build you an album that you guys can give to the insurance company so that they know what the damage looked like, so you get full coverage of what you should be getting from your insurance company. And the insurance companies love Greg. They respect him. They've been working with him for years. That's why you should too. Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Wonderful warranties in the system and so much more. You can look him up on Facebook too. Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531. Even if you don't have storm damage, a free no-cost inspection. Free no-cost inspection. Storm Restoration Roofing. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. It's been about a month since we started our weight loss challenge, and thanks to Leslie and the crew over at Way to Wellness, I am down over 30 pounds. I can really tell the difference in such a short period of time, and guess what? You can too. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about how you can start living a healthier lifestyle, and then see if you can beat us here at the next round as we continue to lose weight and feel great. That's aplanforme.com for more information from our friends at Way to Wellness.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Okay, before LT tells us about the Urology Centers of Alabama Medical Minute for the day, Kyle wants LT's thoughts on UAB being the betting favorites for the Conference USA tournament. If you're not familiar with what happened over the weekend, UAB handed it to La Tech at home. They already had the double bye. They play 8:30 in Frisco, last game on Thursday night. They will play either, likely they'll play Florida Atlantic. We'll just put it that way. That's the 3 seed. So their path to the NCAA tournament, likely if everything goes chalk, would be Florida Atlantic, Middle Tennessee, and North Texas. What happened over the weekend is North Texas loses at UTEP, so their 15-game win streak is cut down before they start Conference USA tournament out in Frisco. So your thoughts on UAB being the betting favorite?
I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. Let's just say that chalk wins out and UAB and North Texas match up. I mean, I would have said the game would have been around a pick.
Yeah, FanDuel has UAB plus 170, North Texas plus 185. So they're a very narrow favorite, but a favorite nonetheless. And La Tech is next at plus 850. So they're basically saying it's going to be UAB.
We're going to see
Texas.
that matchup.
Yeah, and if you followed UAB all year long, UAB beat North Texas at their home in Denton, and then it took a couple of shot clock buzzer beaters for North Texas to beat UAB at Bartow. So really, UAB's outplayed them twice now. There you see the bracket for the Heritage Landscape Supply Group, CUSA Men's Basketball Tournament.
What does Heritage Landscape Supply do?
I don't know, but if they'd like to have...
They sponsor CUSA.
Yeah, clearly.
By the way, if they're listening right now to us in Texas, we've had a couple of tweets already from the great state of Texas. We'll throw Heritage Landscape Supply Group up on our screen at some point.
Sure.
But there you see the bracket as they get going in the first round on Tuesday, but UAB does not play until late night on Thursday. They crown their champion on Saturday. Give us the Urology Center of Alabama Medical Minute, and then we'll talk more SEC football with the guys.
Hey, you've probably seen or heard a lot of promotions for different men's clinics offering miracle cures for conditions like erectile dysfunction, low testosterone. The real medical experts in erectile dysfunction are urologists who receive extensive training in the physiology, anatomy, and treatment of both urinary disorders and genital problems, and have done extensive research in men's sexual health. Urologists have done the basic science clinical research for the current treatments for erectile dysfunction. That's why UCA has opened its new men's health center run by experienced urologists who have a history of excellence and care. Their team takes a customized approach to men's health by treating issues like low T, erectile dysfunction, infertility. In looking at a man's overall health, the UCA Men's Health Center offers metabolic services that include genetic testing, fitness testing, nutrition counseling, and at-home sleep studies so you can begin to feel like yourself again. Gentlemen, you owe it to yourself to discover a new personalized approach to men's health at the UCA Men's Health Center. Schedule an appointment today. Visit UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com or call 205-930-0920 today. That's 205-930-0920.
All right, Stephen Pearl on Auburn's championship, the Auburn assistant, and his celebration coming up at the top of the hour here on TNR. Texas A&M starts spring football today. The biggest storyline for them, like it is for a lot of schools, but more so for this team right now, this moment in time, is getting quarterback right. If they get quarterback right, that's their path to maybe making it to Atlanta if they get quarterback right. Last year it was Haynes King who won the quarterback battle, got hurt, and I would put him maybe third at the chance of winning the quarterback battle this time. Max Johnson, who was the starter at LSU, and big five-star recruit Connor Wigman seemed to be the two guys who are going to battle it out, and Haynes King, the winner last year, sort of thought to be the afterthought.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and I think it is. They got very average quarterback play this past season, and that's why you were 8-4. They got tremendous quarterback play one night, and you pulled the biggest upset of the college football regular season. So, you've got to try to get closer to that quarterback play if you're going to contend in the West at all. Obviously you're going to have to beat Alabama to win the West. That game's going to be in Tuscaloosa, and it's going to be a game where Alabama generally is pretty good in these situations where you've beaten them the year before and you're coming back to their place, right? So it's going to be a tough spot for Texas A&M this year, and they're going to have to win that game in all likelihood to win the West. Their quarterback play has to improve tremendously. Not just marginal improvement, I think. Tremendous improvement for them to win the West.
Well, it wasn't even close to Kellen Mond. I thought Kellen Mond was a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. Now with the Vikings.
Still didn't win the West with him.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Kellen Mond-like play, what's it going to do for you? I don't know, man. I just think they're a long way away. This was my Dunaway kind of encounter last year. I told you I met that dude that was an A&M guy in the pool at the beach, and he said, man, I'm telling you, the roster we've got, if we get really good quarterback play this year, we'll win a national championship. Well, I thought they got very average quarterback play, and they weren't even close.
Again, tremendous. I think is what I don't think you can marginally improve your quarterback play and win the West.
Yeah, they need a Johnny Manziel-like quarterback.
Yeah, they do. Now, I will say this. I mean, Mike Elko was thought to be a really good defensive coordinator. He's now the head coach at Duke. DJ Durkin, I think, is really good at what he does, obviously. He improved Ole Miss's defense leaps and bounds year to year. So him taking over, I think, is interesting, but I just don't know how much better they can be. I thought that defense played pretty well for the most part this past season.
The roster is better than it was last year and better than it was the year before.
Yeah.
And the question is, can the quarterback get there? Offensive line, 3 returning starters, where they only had 2 returning starters last year. Now you lose 2 really good guys. You got 3 guys back on a very highly recruited offensive line. So some stability there for Texas A&M. And, you know, there have been times when they've been a good team and they had, say, really good Clemson scheduled out of conference. For Texas A&M, they get tested not until week 3 when they play Miami at home. And however you think Miami is going to be, that'll be their first real test. That'll be 2 of the most hyped up teams in the offseason because Cristobal is hired there in Jimbo's #1 recruiting class. There'll be a lot of talk about the Hurricanes and the Aggies. And then their first real challenge with each other for the season is going to be against each other in College Station.
Yeah, look, Jimbo's the guy that's going to have the most pressure. Obviously, Cristobal in year 1, there's going to be pressure to be better. But the one thing we do know about that game, the better quarterback's Miami. Tyler Van Dyke is legit. If Texas A&M had a Tyler Van Dyke on that roster, then maybe watch out.
Yeah, but, I mean, again, Miami is going to be the team everybody falls in love with this offseason. People are going to talk themselves because of Van Dyke, because of Cristobal, because of that staff he's put together. People will talk themselves into Miami being good. So I do think that is an interesting game because I think you got 2 teams that people will talk themselves into being good, A&M and Miami. And I think deep down inside, nobody really knows how good those 2 teams are, right? And you will probably have the team that wins that game. A lot of people will say, see, I told you that team's going to be good this year. I told you that's going to be, especially if Miami goes on the road and wins that game.
Yeah, to me, they both seem like 9-3 teams.
See, I agree with you. But somebody's going to come out of that game still undefeated with an impressive win over a named team, whoever wins it, especially if it's Miami on the road. You're going to say, okay, maybe better than 9-3. I don't know that either team that wins that game is better than 9-3.
I'm going to assume that it's going to be A&M that comes out. They've got a tricky game with Appalachian State the week before, but I think they're 3-0. But then they've got Arkansas the very next week, and that's a game they lost last year by double digits.
That is right.
So it just seems like it would be so Texas A&M to beat Miami, be maybe number 4, number 5 in the nation, and then lose to Arkansas.
Yeah, they'll be a preseason top 10 ranked team. Part of the show being brought to you by Bromberg's, and then a couple other notes before we get to the top of the hour. But tell us about the great folks at Bromberg's. You don't have to wait for the holidays to get that great gift.
No. Hey, look, if you're looking to pop at the Quest and you need to go see the Diamond Experts, that is our friends at Bromberg's, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's is established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations, our friends at Bromberg's, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, before we talk to Stephen Pearl about Auburn's championship over the weekend and what's ahead for the Tigers, does this surprise you or not? Tom Izzo is now the winningest coach in Big Ten basketball history, passing Bobby Knight. Did you not think Izzo was already there? Does that surprise you? Is that a big moment for you? Did you know Bobby Knight was the winningest Big Ten coach of all time?
I guess if you had said who's the winningest Big Ten coach of all time, I don't know if Bobby Knight would have been my first answer when you stop thinking about it.
Yeah, if Bobby Knight wouldn't have been my first answer, I think I probably would have gone Tom Izzo.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised at all.
I guess I'm surprised now looking back on it, he had not passed him sooner.
Yeah, I thought Izzo had already passed him at some point. Yeah.
I think what's more surprising is Izzo, as good as he's been in March, only has 1 national championship. And I guess because it came so early, and that was back in 1999, I guess, or 2000, that I would have thought he would have had another one by now.
And he gets that reputation because they go to the Final Four a lot? They're in the Final Four a lot.
I think he's got 4 Final Fours. Is that right, Brown? Do you know? I think it's 4.
That's right. Yeah, I'll look, but I think he's been in 4.
Boy, it seems like more.
I think it's 4. It could possibly be 5, but Michigan State doesn't seem like a team that's going to threaten it all this year.
We literally joke about the calendar saying January, February, Izzo. If we're going to do that, you would think it'd be more than 4, right?
Seems like it's 6. 6 Final Fours.
For Izzo?
Yeah.
Well, I think I've got 8 right here.
Yeah.
Did you say
it's a ton?
It is a ton.
Yeah.
You said 4?
Yeah.
No, it's 8.
Yeah, 8 Final Fours. There you go.
Well, boy, you get there 8 times and only win 1. I mean, that's Mike Martin in the College World Series.
Well, we say all the time, just getting to the Final Four, you've done a lot to get
there.
there.
No, you have, but I'm with Lance. If I've gone 8 times, I'd like one, maybe
and
one more.
I think Michigan State's only played for 2 national championships.
They were there the year I was there with Auburn, and Auburn and Michigan State both lost their semis because it came down to Texas Tech and Virginia. But they're there like they book Final Four tickets in advance. Michigan State fans do.
They've been the runner-up one time and the champion one time. Yeah.
All right, that's part of the show. Half of it anyway. Another half to come, including Stephen Pearl, who's up next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives The Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
If you're with us on our video platforms, you've seen in the commercial break there the celebration on the court at now Neville Arena, Auburn Arena, and Toomer's Corner, and at a local establishment with our next guest in a second. Just a wonderful weekend of celebrating Auburn's SEC regular season championship and the number one seed coming up in Tampa. Big basketball week as we get to Selection Sunday, Brownie, and nobody celebrated better than Stephen Pearl did.
Yeah, the Auburn assistant coach is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Congratulations on the conference championship, Coach. Hope you're doing well.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it. All is well here. How y'all doing?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. That was a fun celebration. We saw some of the video from the local golf course there.
You know, a wise man once told me, when you win the SEC outright and the year that it's probably been the best maybe in the history, you get on top of a bar and you spray cheap champagne on a bunch of old people. So just following some words of wisdom. That's all.
Look, hey, we know you're an athlete. Do you ever worry though about maybe tripping, falling off the bar? Because everybody's recording at that point. Once you get on the bar, you got the champagne out. Everybody's got the phone out.
There's no room for error. So I just had to rely on my incredible athleticism that I had in my days at Tennessee and find a way to get up there and get down safely.
Not everybody gets a chance to cut down a net. Is there an educational process with the guys? I mean, Jabari's right out of high school. I mean, where do you learn how to cut that little snippet of net that the player gets?
Yeah, we actually didn't really know that was a learning curve until, I guess, 2018 when we won the first one. Bryce Brown gets up there, and he has no idea what the hell he's doing. And he looks at me, he's like, what do I do? So I got up there on the ladder with him and basically showed him, like, the two areas that you want to cut to get yourself a nice, like, piece of the net. So we had someone that was basically down there showing them where to cut while they were up there. We didn't want to do it before the game, though, because obviously you never want to jinx yourself and teach the guys how to cut a net down, then you lose your last two and have a huge collapse. So we decided we would just wing it once it actually happened. So it all worked out.
You mentioned Coach Stephen Pearl is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You mentioned that this is the best the SEC has been in a long time. A lot of people believe that. Some believe, and I don't argue this is the best conference in the nation right now. And I don't know how much this matters to you guys, but shouldn't winning the regular season title of the best conference in the nation carry a one seed?
I mean, yeah, you would think so. Just because, it does, it's very significant to win the league in a year where it's been so strong. But, you got to look at the teams that are ahead of us. And Gonzaga obviously is a very good basketball team. Arizona is, a very good basketball team. With an incredible record. And then, Baylor, who is the number one team, and who would say, the other best conference in the country, which is the Big 12. So it's hard to argue with it, but I would imagine, there will be at least one seed out of the SEC this year. It kind of all depends on what we do in Tampa.
So Walker plays back-to-back games with the brace on the left shoulder. How close to 100% do you think he will be once you guys get to Tampa?
I think he's getting there every single day. Obviously, he's getting treatment on that shoulder. A couple chippy plays at Tennessee kind of injured that thing. And, he's working through it. He's battling through it. You can tell that it's hindering him a little bit, especially defensively. But, he's a tough kid, and, he's been in the training room every single day getting treatment on that thing. So I would imagine, with a couple days of good rest, he'll be closer to 100% come Friday.
New AP basketball poll is out while we're talking to Stephen. Gonzaga, Arizona, Baylor, Auburn is 4, Kentucky is 5, Tennessee is 9. So there's the power of the SEC with those teams all in the top 10 right there in the new AP poll. Arkansas is 15. All of those teams I just named, Auburn, of course, Kentucky, Tennessee, all unbeaten at home this year. Arkansas just one loss at home. I mean, going on the road this year was impossible at some places. Talk about the home court advantage for the best of the best in the league this year. That's remarkable that a combined, 35-1 of those 4 best teams at home this year?
Yeah, obviously you look at those 4 teams and that number is just ridiculous. But if you look at the league as a whole, I think in conference, like home teams had like a 70-something% win percentage in home. And that's taking into account like teams at the bottom as well. So it really just speaks to how hard it is to win road games in this conference. And then you look at, the top 4 teams, Arkansas losing their first home game of the year and then not losing in conference the rest of the way. So, all those programs are, besides Auburn, are pretty storied programs that have always had pretty significant home court advantages. And then obviously the jungle has turned into the best home court advantage in college basketball over the past couple of years. So, you look at those rosters, obviously all of them are very good teams, but then you add in, the fan support, the fan bases in those arenas, it makes it really hard to just go out and win. And, having had gone to Bud Walton Arena and then obviously Thompson Bowling Arena, we've gone into some of the most hostile environments. So, hopefully it has us battle tested, ready for March coming down the stretch.
You play so many games, and there's such a routine that is built throughout the course of the season. Now it's not routine anymore. Now you get a break until Friday, and then you turn around, travel somewhere, and either playing Thursday or Friday the next week after hopefully 3 games down in Tampa. Do you guys have meetings as a staff to talk about how to keep guys sharp, how to sort of get a tournament routine going? Do you work on a schedule on how you manage a different kind of routine for the guys?
We try not to change things up too much. We really do, like these early season tournaments, like in the Bahamas, like that was something to kind of get us ready for Tampa, playing 3 games in 3 days. Like we try and keep it pretty simple. These next 2 days, we'll probably work more on us than we will on an opponent, since we don't know who we're going to play. And then obviously, with Texas A&M and Florida, we'll probably do a few things offensively that we thought worked in those games, just to review on those things. And then, defensively, it's hard to spend too much time getting ready for what they're going to do, because you don't want to spend a lot of time on a team you may not play. So trying to keep it simple. But the biggest thing is, the guys getting treatments, getting extra shots, getting extra workouts on their own. It's nice that we're on spring break right now, so the kids are going to get a ton of rest this week, which is great. But, just try and keep it business as usual. We'll probably go pretty hard one day this week to simulate like a Tuesday or Wednesday game, just to try and keep them, in a somewhat normalized week that we've been having in the past. And then obviously, getting down to Tampa, 3 games in 3 days, we're going to have to rely heavily on our depth to try and make a run if we can continue to win past Friday.
Few more minutes for Coach Stephen Pearl on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline way back in November. Seems like an eternity ago. You played South Florida in this arena. A listener earlier told us you're the only conference team to play in this arena this year. I don't know that to be factual, but was that one of the reasons you wanted to play that game is to get a game in that arena knowing the tournament is here?
That was the sole reason we scheduled that game.
Wow.
Mike Burgomaster, who does our scheduling, had an unbelievable idea to do this. And we've tried to do this in the past to try and get ready for these types of situations. If we're ever able to play a neutral game in Nashville at Bridgestone, we'll try and do that. When the tournament was in St. Louis, I think we tried to schedule a game with St. Louis that year. We weren't able to do it, but I just think it's important to get down there, and hopefully we got, that horrible performance out of the way, because if we'd gone to Tampa on Friday and played like we did against South Florida, A&M or Florida would have beaten us by 30. So I'm glad we got that out of the way. Hopefully, just being down there, understanding, that gym, the backdrop, hopefully our guys will go down there and feel a little more comfortable in their second time around.
I would have loved the confidence if you'd scheduled one in the Superdome this year. That would have been that would have been really good.
Would have been a little ballsy.
I would agree. Yeah. So you guys came into Saturday's game 263rd shooting the 3, and you go 10 of 23. So it's back-to-back games. You've made at least 10 threes. How big is that going into the SEC tournament?
I think it's significant. Our defense, our offense, it struggled in road games, but in really tough environments. You look at the games that we struggled at Arkansas, at Florida, at Tennessee. Those are all really hard environments against 3 of the best defensive teams in our conference. So, offensively we weren't shooting the ball very well, but to see the guys, see a couple go in was really good, and obviously helps with their confidence. We've known that, we're very confident in our guys' abilities to shoot the ball. And we have been. And if you look up until, when we went into a little bit of a slump in the middle of conference play, we were shooting it pretty well, especially in the non-conference. So the ability is definitely there. I think it was just a matter of seeing a few going in to get that confidence back up and get back going, and hopefully we can kind of carry that over into this weekend.
I know your personality is enough where I think you've taken a second to enjoy the championship. Head coaches sometimes don't enjoy the moment. BP seems like a kind of guy who was able to enjoy Saturday. You guys had the confetti guns ready. It really worked out perfectly to be at home, to share it with the fans and everything. Did you feel like your dad has enjoyed the moment, to sort of take a moment to absorb what a special year it's been?
No, absolutely. I mean, you kind of have to. Everyone tells you got to step back and kind of appreciate it, but it's really hard, especially in the middle of the season, because every single night is an unbelievable challenge and an unbelievable test. And, you can talk to any coach around the league and they can all say the same. It's really hard to enjoy one win or really sulk over one loss for too long. But for this one, obviously it being an SEC championship over an 18-game season, you kind of had to on Saturday just take a step back, take a deep breath, enjoy it, or in my case, get on top of a bar and spray champagne on people. It works for, everyone's got their own thing. But, I know BP was definitely, and he really enjoyed it. But then obviously, the next morning he's calling me. We're talking about offense that worked against A&M in Florida. And we're in the office right now trying to figure out, how to best beat those two schools. So, it's short-lived, especially in season. But to answer your question, I think he definitely was able to really appreciate, what was accomplished on Saturday.
Well, we will let you get back to that work. Congratulations again. And as always, thank you for the time.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate y'all. War Eagle.
All right, take care. That is Stephen Pearl, the assistant basketball coach at Auburn, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And this hour of the show always brought to you by our great friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's another week. That means more lunches, more dinners. Why not enjoy some great food from our friends at Champy's? Sterling and the crew, the folks that help us put together Hot Ones, which you'll see coming up very soon. We'll tell you about that at the end of the show today. But he has the great wings there at Champy's Chicken, as hot as you want them. He can make them for you right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Also great tasting tamales, that Mississippi Delta tamale, chicken on a stick, and everything that we've told you about for a long, long time here. It is Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. Go check them out. Highway 119 in Alabaster, officially open for lunch. And I said here, we talked about 35-1 at home of the top teams, but Gonzaga, Arizona, Baylor, Auburn in the top 4, Kentucky 5. To your discussion and to LT's point about the importance of the SEC tournament when it comes to being a number 1 overall seed, there's Kentucky at number 5 in the country, just in the AP poll. And you go to the KenPom, and I think Kentucky's ahead of Auburn in the KenPom. If Kentucky wins the SEC championship, the tournament, the automatic bid,
they're a 1 seed.
They could be the 1 seed. So where do you put your value? Do you put your value in? Man, we played 18 games in schedule that's not the same. It's not equitable schedules. Different.
No, it's not the Big 12.
Yeah, right. It's different. It's not a complete round robin of the league. Or do you put it in a 3-game sprint?
Yeah.
It's a debate. You can argue either side.
Yeah, I put it in a full season. I am picking a full season here if I'm on the committee. And, it would be hard with Auburn and Kentucky, especially if Kentucky beats Auburn to win the title. They would have to play in the championship game. If Kentucky does that, now they've split on the season. But if Auburn gets upset, say, by Tennessee again, and then Tennessee and Kentucky play, I don't know. We're always told that the committee doesn't put as much emphasis on conference tournaments as we believe they do. That said, I remember a year when Syracuse went from outside of the tournament to the 5 seed and won Big East tournament. You guys remember that one, right?
Yeah.
Syracuse was not even in the tournament.
Probably my favorite Big East tournament of all time. I don't remember the year, but
I hated Syracuse. I did not like that.
I did too. But the fact that they were such a bad team and they kept shooting their way to the next round, I was like, oh, they won again.
But then they went all the way to a 5 seed and a 12. If I remember right, Lance, you may remember this. 12 beat them. I think they lost that 5-12 game because they weren't a 5 seed. You based it all on that one tournament.
Yep.
They were out of the tournament 1 week ago. So how did they become a 5 seed in 1 weekend just because they beat a bunch of good teams on a neutral court?
But I think you can guarantee if Auburn or Kentucky wins in Tampa, wins the tournament, the winner of the SEC tournament, if it's one of those two, will be a 1 seed. I don't think there's any doubt.
I would put more value on the full season.
It's because they're so close right now is why LT is saying that, right? It seems to be
so
hard to break the two apart.
I think there's a chance that Auburn could lose if they lose on Sunday, and depending on what happens in the Big 12 tournament, they still get a 1 seed. But it's a guarantee that if Auburn or Kentucky wins this tournament, they will be the 1 seed.
There is a chance that both of them could be a 1
But
seed.
here's the thing now. You mentioned Ken Palm, but the net is the NCAA's. That's their the old RPI, right? That's the NCAA net. I don't know that they go by it spot by spot, but that's the one thing they lean on, if I'm not mistaken. In that, Kentucky today is number 4. Auburn is number 10.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big gap when you're talking about a 1 seed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's why Kentucky could get the nod over Auburn.
In fact, they've got in the net Tennessee in front of Auburn, which I know Tennessee beat Auburn on Tennessee's court, but they've got them in front of Auburn. So Auburn is actually 3rd in the SEC in the NCAA net.
And listen, I think when you get to it, I don't think it matters. I really don't. One or a 2 seed.
I agree. There's a lot of pride in a 1 seed.
There's a lot of pride in a 1 seed.
Auburn has had that before, so it's not like it'd be the first time in school history.
Yeah. So that's where the discussion goes with Auburn right now, coming off their SEC regular season championship. Stephen Pearl is with us there. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision. A look ahead in the final hour. We've got a 3 and out. LT's got a lock later on, and we got some bids tonight, automatic bids that are going out. We've already sent some teams automatically to the tournament. We'll do that look ahead, brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, write this number down, 969-8100. Call, ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Again, it's been 20 years. I wore the contacts. I was wasting money every year on contacts and solution. Went in, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, conveniently located at UAB Highlands. Call today. Tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100. Or more information, go to michelsonlaservision.com.
Murray State's already in the tournament. I mean,
Racers.
Stephen Pearl is a good example, okay? You guys are in the Farm Folio chat room talking about how personable he is. You know, if he stays with Bruce all these years, Bruce retires, a lot of Auburn fans would like Stephen just to take over and just keep the Pearl name going. He's been with Bruce all this time. Some people think maybe Stephen will go and be a head coach somewhere else and could come back and replace his dad there. If he goes, the discussion becomes, well, you don't want to go somewhere and lose, right? Murray State's a great place to go if you're a coach.
Everybody wins there.
Everybody wins at Murray State, right?
Everybody wins at Murray State.
Like if whoever's at Murray now gets his next big job and Stephen takes Murray, you're going to be like, well, he's going to be in the tournament 2 out of 3 years. He's going to win 20-something games every year. That's just what Murray State does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize Murray State right now is, what are they, 29-2, 30-2?
Oh, they're in the AP poll, too.
Yeah, no, they've been ranked for the last few weeks.
They're as high now as 19 in the country.
But, I mean, they've already got 30 wins, do they not?
They are 30-2. Yeah, 30-2 They win a lot. They win a lot at Murray State, so they're automatically in. Tonight, there's no Troy playing for a championship and no Sanford playing for a championship. They got bounced in the semis yesterday, and we explained to you the Jack State situation earlier. They'll be watching tomorrow afternoon a Bellarmine win sends Jack State to the NCAA tournament, a Jacksonville University win sends Jack State to their first ever NIT tournament.
I was just going to remind people, Scott Edgar was the guy that first kind of started it for them. I was trying to remember the job Scott Edgar took. Yeah, at Murray. He took the Duquesne job. He left to take the Duquesne job. He ended up as an assistant at UAB, I think under Mike Anderson, if I remember right. But then you had Gottfried, who parlayed it into the Alabama job. Right. Tavester Anderson was the guy that didn't much. Mick Cronin parlayed it into the Cincinnati job, eventually the UCLA job. Billy Kennedy was the next guy. He parlayed it into the Texas A&M job. All these guys going from Murray State. Steve Prom parlayed it into the Iowa State job. And the guy that's there now is Matt McMahon. So we'll see where he goes.
How long has Matt been there?
He is in year 6, if I'm not mistaken.
So he had John Morant.
More than that, actually. I'm sorry.
So Morant's the best player in the program's history.
Has to be.
Yeah, he's in year 8. Yeah.
I mean, Morant's on pace. I mean, a lot of people, he's in the MVP conversation this year, but this is going to be a guy that's going to win an MVP down the road.
Yeah.
But how far did they get? So this was the tournament before.
Just to the round of 32. Yeah. He's never going very deep. I mean, that's the knock on, if you want to make a knock on him. But round of 64, so he's one and done one year. He won one game and left the next year. But he's had 26 wins, 28 wins, 23 wins, and 30 wins in his good years there. So he'll be the next one.
Might be the next Georgia coach.
But, I mean, I wrote off a lot of
Hey.
names there. How many guys have been super successful leaving Murray State? Mick Cronin
has.
That's about it. Gottfried, I would not have called super successful. He's been fired twice.
But he went to Alabama.
He's
and
been
he
fired twice.
Had a
though.
lot of good years at Alabama.
Billy
though.
Kennedy wasn't super successful at Texas A&M.
No, but, I mean, Gottfried had some good years at Alabama.
Kennedy wasn't
did.
bad. I mean,
Yeah.
Kennedy had the health issues.
He did. I mentioned, Gottfried's been fired twice, though. So it's hard to call a guy that's been fired twice super successful.
Yeah, but if you don't get fired, they build statues. I mean, everybody gets fired. I mean, really, what is it?
Just about.
98% of coaches are going to get fired.
Bobby Knight got fired.
Yeah, Bobby, he didn't get fired because of on the court.
Yeah, and I would be interesting because Steven is a really personable guy. There's no doubt. And the guy obviously knows a lot of basketball. Where do you think Auburn fans are on this? Because you bring up Bobby Knight, and the Bobby Knight to Pat Knight transition was a disaster.
Yeah, I think Auburn fans are, if Bruce Pearl continues to do what he's doing, let him pick the next coach. I mean,
why would you not?
Why would you not?
Yeah.
What was your program before Bruce Pearl? It was the worst in the conference.
And see, and if I'm Steven, yeah, you want to go earn your stripes, but I would rather, I'm going to stay here.
Yeah,
I'm going to coach with Dad because that's got to be fun too. And I'm going to ride this thing out, and I'm going to take this program over.
And you have to understand, too, that who's doing the bulk of the recruiting, right? Who's out at all these camps. Bruce goes, obviously, but Steven is part of that group that is corralling the Jabari Smiths of the world and bringing them to Auburn.
I wouldn't take a chance and take one of these mid-tier jobs.
You would hang around?
I would hang around. Yeah. Because here's the way I believe
like
this.
the known.
I know these guys have got confidence that if I take one of these mid-tier jobs, I can have success. But if I stay here, I know I can have success.
Yeah.
So why not just stay?
Hey, and listen, being the top assistant on your dad's staff with beautiful house at Lake Martin, he's about to get married, probably build his own house at Lake Martin. He already has his own house at Lake Martin. He's got obviously a country club membership.
Don't want that Vizsla. Vizsla doesn't want to travel.
Vizsla doesn't want to get in a car.
Country club membership.
Don't want to go on a bus trip. All right, when we come back, we got Trash on the Table today with LT. Part of the show being brought to you by Farm Folio. Appreciate all you folks over there. Paul says Sean Miller to State, Andy Kennedy to Georgia. Andy's not leaving UAB for Georgia. I just hate to tell you that, Paul. But Sean Miller or Archie Miller, the Fighting Millers, getting back into coaching. You could see that happen any day, someday, for sure.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farm Folio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live. The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Check them out, montevallo.edu. Fifth straight year that they've gotten together, the board of trustees there, and decided not to raise tuition. Can you imagine that? Through a pandemic and everything that's happened the last 5 years, no increase in tuition. Great price point at the University of Montevallo is why your son or daughter belongs there. 14-to-1 student to professor ratio. Great, beautiful campus according to Southern Living. NCAA Division II sports. Fully funded men's and women, 21 organizations there, 75 majors, great theater department, new buildings going up all the time. Montevallo.edu. Check out an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. Before we get to trash, Tripp is in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tripp, how you doing, man? Yes.
First of all, I love y'all's show. You guys got the best show going, period. But yeah, like up here in Tobacco Road, man, like that rivalry is a big deal. It's very analogous to Auburn, Alabama. Just to give you some perspective, like all the news stations here cover that game like they would cover a massive hurricane event. It is storm team coverage, wall to wall, literally all day long. I'm not joking. But like I was in a group text with a bunch of Carolina fans, and I've been a Carolina fan for 45 years, and we were debating on whether I argued that was a top 5 all-time win for Carolina in the history of the program. And the reason I'll tell you why is that all of us had to sit around all day Saturday and watch ESPN worship at the Cathedral of Duke for the entire day, and that was the sweetest, most satisfying win I think I've seen Carolina have in 20 years. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Thank you, Tripp.
Tripp, thank you. Tough connection there, but I would, from what he was saying,
subtitles.
From what he okay, here you go. He was saying, as a Carolina fan, we had to sit and watch really all week long, but especially on Saturday from game day on, them worship at the altar of Coach K and Duke.
Yep.
And if you're the rival, then that really rubs you the wrong way.
The more I think about it, man, Brown brought it up talking to North Carolina fans. I mean, I think you can legitimately make that argument now.
Yeah, he said five biggest all time. I'm going to exclude postseason. Carolina's got 1 billion postseason wins. Yeah. I just said regular season.
Yeah, because I think they've got 5 national championships. They might have more. I know that Dean had 2, Roy had 1 or 2.
I thought Roy had 2. Guthridge played for 1.
Yeah.
So maybe just 4.
No, and then before.
Yeah. So anyway, I would say
they got 5. I'll check.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right. So that's a discussion that continues on. The Duke hate is real, especially from Carolina fans. That gets us to trash time. It's brought to you every day by Mortgage Right after the not rock star guy, Lunsford, hits the big button.
Thank you very much for giving me this. And I appreciate my fans also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
And 7 national championships for North
Carolina. Wow, boy,
so
we're really selling them.
They had 3 before Dean.
I know Dean only had 2. Dean had 82 and then 93.
And he was there a long time. So in my lifetime, they had not won a ton.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. Their trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. This one in Japan, police have arrested a 34-year-old unemployed man on suspicion of burying the bodies of his father and grandfather on a beach back in 2020.
So he buried his father and his grandfather on the beach. It's the headline here.
According to police.
You know the problem with that?
What's that?
That sand is always shifting.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they weren't dead.
Kazuhiko Emoto is accused of burying the bodies of his deceased grandfather, who was in his late 80s, and his father, who was in his late 50s, between March and June of 2020. Now, following a DNA test, skeletons were identified as belonging to the 2 individuals reported as missing. Omadi told police that his father and grandfather had died about 10 years ago. He was quoted as saying, quote, "I buried the bodies on the beach because I thought someone would find them if I left them at my parents' home," end quote.
Can you imagine being the kid building a sandcastle and you dig?
See a toad.
Oh, look at this weird seashell, Mom. Oh, that's a jawbone.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a tooth.
Yeah, that's going to take years of counseling to get over that one if you're a kid.
Okay, so dude is going 50 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. This is in Palm Coast, Florida. He gets pulled over in his Dodge Challenger. What do you think he blamed it on?
Okay, so he's doing how fast?
He's doing 50 miles per hour in a 30.
I'm going to say he was trying to outrun COVID.
I'm going to say it was the song on the radio. The music just, it happens to me sometimes. The music just so damn good, I just accelerate. I'm driving fast.
Officers pull him over. His quote, "To tell you the truth, I just found out Putin is saying he's going to launch a nuclear war.
Trying to get home.
I was trying to get back to my house, see what's going on."
If you're the officer at that point, you're going to say, that's creative enough. I'm letting you out with a warning.
If you know that he has said that, then can't you get the information while you're in your vehicle as well?
You can, but then you're texting and driving.
Yeah. At first, the man in the video told the officer he'd struggled to get the car out of sport mode. He went on to say, "I just got this thing."
So he started multiple excuses.
Yeah.
Sport
then
mode.
he switched excuses, pointing the finger at Putin's war in Ukraine, and said that he needed to get there.
Well, my Alfa Romeo Birmingham Stelvio has a sports mode.
I got a sport mode too.
Yeah. Oh, so it makes you go 20 miles over the speed limit, though?
It gets you there.
Okay.
It gets you there.
Florida man killed on Friday in a bizarre bulldozer accident.
While
the landfill he was working on was shutting down for the day. This is how this went. Aaron Henderson, 43 years old, was a traffic control contractor.
Okay.
He was working in Polk County, Florida, when sheriff's deputies were called to a scene at around 5 p.m. after a bulldozer crushed him to death while he was using the porta potty.
So he's doing a sit down, and he gets crushed to death. Sad story.
Well, that's an awful way to go.
Deputies reported that Henderson had been working as a spotter on the site. Prior to the accident, a bulldozer was driving up an embankment to park for the night with the front blade elevated far enough to block the part of the front view. Once at the top of the embankment, the driver began to turn when he heard a pronounced crumbling noise. Realized that he had driven over a porta potty that he had not seen, and dude was inside.
It seems like we should have an organized place where to park.
Lunsford's got footage of this.
No, he does not.
No, he does not.
He does not.
How do you miss a porta potty? It's a big,
It
giant,
is
bright
big.
blue.
Well, I mean, you're going up a hill in a landfill.
I guarantee that dude was putting a pinch in. He was probably hitting the vape.
He was going up to the part of the hill that had never been up before.
Well, I mean, the horn had sounded, right? So he's like, I can't make it home. I'm going to have to hit the porta potty. And do you know how bad it's got to be to go to the porta potty when home's the other option?
Yeah, especially when it's not 8 a.m. porta potty, when it's 5 o'clock porta potty.
It's been sitting outside all day porta potty.
Yeah. We hear these different studies all the time. What's good for you, what's bad for you. The other day, my old man tried to tell me, hey, just 2 bourbon drinks a night's good for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, remember you heard 1 glass of red wine is good for the heart or whatever?
Well, we used to do that in the news, and I'd always find out it was the red wine people that had sent out that study.
Bourbon Distillers of America.
2 bourbons are good for you tonight. Anyway, our friends at Outkick, they've got the story on how alcohol affects your brain. Put away the booze or get the blues, or perhaps even forget how to spell the blues. A recent study concluded that having just 1 or 2 alcoholic drinks a day can make your brain shrink. Shrink. Now, the New York Post published a report from a peer-reviewed paper. This isn't brain power or knowledge. It's the actual all-cap size of your brain. Now, the study looked at almost 37,000 brain scans. Basically, in a nutshell, they said the heavier the alcohol consumption is, the more your brain shrinks.
How many brains they look at?
Almost 37,000.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of brains.
That's a significant enough amount. Yeah.
So if you drink alcohol, it makes your brain smaller, not necessarily dumber, just smaller. But does brain size make you smarter, Lunsford?
It's just compacting the knowledge into a tighter
I would think. How
vessel.
smart is a squirrel?
Not smart.
A bear's a lot smarter than a squirrel. A bear's got a bigger brain, right?
Yeah, but I would imagine.
You look like you have a big brain, Lunsford.
I do have a big brain.
Dunaway is continuing to try to dig out of the hole of calling you a simple mind.
I will never forget that.
I know. And Dunaway, he called you
Apparently
Mensa.
Dunaway won't either.
Yeah. He called you Mensa earlier.
Well, I meant beautiful mind that day.
I know.
Mensa is also an insult a lot of times. So.
Oh, why is that an insult?
You got to have a certain IQ.
You see somebody stupid, it's like, oh yeah, he's a Mensa member.
That's true. That's a good point.
That's when you do your thumb like this, though. I wasn't doing my thumb like this.
You were pointing.
I was going to say dolphins. Don't dolphins have a pretty big brain? It like fills their whole.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And they're thought to be a smart mammal.
Yeah. Harvey Weinstein, not a name that we've heard in the news lately.
Is he still alive?
He's gotten in a little trouble in the L.A. County jail.
I thought he was dead.
You just thought, what could get him in trouble in jail?
Well, I know what got him in trouble out of jail.
Yeah, I would say, what's those visits called when you bring in conjugal visits with women of the night?
That's not it.
I don't think
they
you
were
get to
bringing
schedule
something
a
in.
prostitute for a conjugal visit.
I don't know. It's Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
He got caught hoarding milk duds. 69-year-old movie producer was meeting with his attorneys outside of his cell, which gave guards the opportunity to search all bags. They found a stash of milk duds. He called it a innocent misunderstanding. The reprimand will now mandate all bag searches when attorneys come in to visit Harvey.
I do like milk duds.
I love milk duds.
You'll get the random one that's just deflated or whatever, and it's awful.
I pour them directly into my popcorn
at
the movie
that's
theater.
So gross. I've never gotten people to do that.
I like peanut M&Ms in there too.
Well, you and I.
Yeah, you simple-minded.
You and I.
Lunsford, you put this together. Dunaway helped with the trash today because Rocky's out. But this final story that you gave me, Sylvester Stallone, this seems easy. Who'd win a fight between Rocky and Rambo? I mean, in a boxing ring, Rocky, but out on the streets, this seems really simple.
Rambo, yeah.
Rambo, easy.
Yeah.
Now, Sylvester Stallone has answered the burning questions fans have thought about for years. Who would win the fight between Rocky Balboa and John Rambo? Stallone shared his answer in a lengthy Instagram post featuring a photo of the faux fight. Poster depicting his 2 iconic characters side by side and began quipping, quote, even I would pay to see this one. Now, he said, quote, if it's 2 men meeting in the street going at each other with no rules, I believe the outcome would be if the fighters were to remain upright, Rocky would prevail. His body punches and right hooks would eventually beat Rambo. If the fight goes to the ground, Rambo will prevail in a bloody, brutal fight to the end.
Yeah. Plus, he's got that big knife. Hit him with a knife.
It's always based on the rules of the fight. I mean, Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor absolutely dismantles him in 5 seconds in the octagon.
Oh, yeah.
In a
no
boxing
doubt.
ring,
it was not even close.
You know, Floyd Mayweather.
It was a lot closer than we thought.
It was closer than we thought, but Floyd Mayweather obviously wins. So
the scary thing of that story is he says he would pay to see it, which means he's working on a script right now, Rambo versus Rocky.
But believe it or not, people that saw the Rocky Balboa character, you thought he was so stupid, but Sylvester Stallone is one of those Mensa guys.
Yeah.
No,
he's not.
No, I'm telling you.
There is no way Sylvester Stallone's a Mensa.
He's one of those Mensa guys.
No. Read up on Sylvester Stallone.
He's not a Mensa.
Super intelligent.
Lance.
Super intelligent. That's what I've
what
heard.
He actually is, but his roles are never
that's
that way.
what it
That's
is.
the thing. You know him from his roles.
When you think
Every
about
role he
some of the
plays.
scripts that he's written.
Adrian.
Do it again, that I.
Adrian.
That's arguably the greatest sports film in history.
No doubt. It was really good.
Speaking of fights, when you're looking that up, Brown, Professional Fighters League star Mark Martin says he's not contemplating retirement after his eye popped out during his fight last week. We do have footage of this.
We do not. So his eyeball?
Yeah, no, he told TMZ Sports he's 100% committed to returning to the cage as long as he's physically able to do so. Nicknamed Showtime, he suffered a broken orbital bone against Delano Taylor on Friday with his eye coming out of socket after he blew his nose. So he breaks the orbital bone. Once he goes to blow his nose, the pressure from that actually shot his eye out.
That's
I could see that, though. Like if you don't have anything holding it in there. So when it comes out of socket, it just hangs there at that point?
Yeah, it's still connected.
That's a frightening sight. And there were people at the ring for this. That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
It is our friends at Mortgage Right. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have. Our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources from a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
You know what Sly Stallone and I have in common?
What?
Neither one of us finished college.
Oh, I did not know that.
He eventually got credits because of his acting from Miami, which means Miami wanted his money.
Right.
So he eventually got a degree, but he did not finish college either.
He said, Wad says the eyeball popping out of the socket when you blow your nose, it's a cool party trick.
All right, reel it back in, Frank. We're done.
You could freak the kids out with that one, wouldn't you? This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch right now. And they cater anything, parties, Little League outings, your club team, travel team, whatever. The doors are open at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great menu. See it online at champyschicken.com. Already Mark Packer and Stephen Pearl on the show. That is podcasted for you right there at nextroundlive.com. In the morning rounds as well there for all your top reads. When we come back, we'll talk about the latest bracketology that's out. Do we like some of these matchups? Who punched their ticket this weekend with that large bids? That little basketball conversation continues as we get ready for the Conference USA and SEC tournaments this week around the TNR dial.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. One thing you know about me is I love my good food. My wife and I, for the first time recently, went to Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. After starting with a baked pimento cheese dip, my wife moved on to the penne chicken with the cream mashed potatoes, wilted spinach, and lemon caper pan sauce. I ordered the pork chop special over the pureed sweet potatoes. Our meal was fabulous. We had a wonderful time. If you're looking for a great meal or a great date night like we had, Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
All right, a couple of bracket challenge things to tell you about. But first, part of our show today being brought to you by a T-shirt competition challenge that we've been doing, New Life Art. And we're about to award our first winner in a few days of the first group of T-shirt designs coming in. And then just because we give out one prize doesn't mean you're kicked out. We may already have 5 great-looking shirts sent in, and they may each win at some point this summer. So you don't get kicked out just because you don't win the first time. So keep sending in your T-shirt ideas, LT. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, the important thing, as Lunsford said, when you submit your shirt design, make sure it's got a design on it. Very important that we actually have a design.
Well, I think you'd have to say that.
We want you to design it yourself.
Not don't just say, hey, you know what, look good.
Yeah, don't just write in and say, you know what look good is Dunaway's head on Pamela Anderson's body.
Interesting.
That would not look good, by the way.
Go to nextroundlive.com, submit your design, and win. It's brought to you by New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. 800-735-2787 for more information, and DanielMooreArt.com.
Dunaway got halfway down the road and forgot his turn. Do I go left or right? Pamela Anderson's body.
I was just trying to think of what my head would look good on. or not good on.
Yes.
Hey, Forrester, can you pull up one of the pictures from the chili cook-off where you can see my shirt? Now we've got this shirt already, so we've got certain shirts. You don't just send us different colors of shirt, but I came up with this long sleeve white T-shirt. It's our flag design. We've got the short one, but I just threw Oiler blue, and we've got these available now. And I know Ush and some other people were commenting over the weekend of how the T-shirt looked.
I like the long sleeve T-shirt better than a short sleeve T-shirt.
The long sleeve T-shirt is good for summer, and it's a summery color right there. It's
I'm surprised you would wear it to a chili cook-off. Just
did you not splash any chili?
Possibly getting chili on the white.
It is so funny you say that. If you look at the right shoulder,
right shoulder.
Yes, Stephen, a person who attends the Exceptional Foundation. I've seen him since the late '90s, early 2000s. And every time we see each other, we hug. I think that's because obviously I did not spill any chili on me on my right shoulder.
Let me tell you, he had some on
I
his
did
mouth.
hug him. He may have had some chili on his chin or face.
So you're blaming Steven now.
Yeah.
Did you get that out in laundry? Did you put a little Zout on it or whatever?
I hope it's out in laundry. Sisler tried to get it off with some ice cubes there.
No dice.
In a white T-shirt.
I don't know if that's a good move.
Yeah, exactly. Because at that point, I was about to win the
Sisler, obviously, she does laundry less than Maggie.
And I was about to win the wet T-shirt contest at the Exceptional Foundation because you could see right through that thing.
Well, that'll get you nipping out, too.
It did. Hello, kids.
Everybody's in school still.
Yeah, so it was a fun day there, but those type of T-shirts we've gotten already. So come up with something different, other designs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. There's somebody out there that is going to unleash a brand new design that we're going to actually
make a lot of money on.
Yeah, right.
We'll be iconic.
That's what I'm
and
looking
we'll
for.
wear it.
So that's what we're looking for. Yep.
Yeah, it'll be iconic. You can always say, I designed that T-shirt for them.
All that money they made off that was my idea.
And then we're going to decide at some point this week what our penalty will be for the bracket challenge. But Selection Sunday is now 6 days away. Or 5 days away if you don't count today or the day before Selection Sunday like LT does. But it's Selection Sundays this Sunday. So we'll start filling our bracket out 1 week from today, and we are going to have a bracket challenge for you guys. And listen, there's a grand prize that you'll be able to get from our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesales down on Highway 31 Pelham. They're bringing you our bracket challenge this year. If you get a perfect bracket, you win a car. But if you just finish first place, you're going to get $1,000 from us of cash, $1,000 cash. That is doable. You don't have to be the fastest gazelle in America. You just have to outrun everybody on this show.
Well, we did this for so long, and it's a fun thing, and everybody wants to play to actually say, hey, I've got the best bracket. But having a perfect bracket, just looking at it, it's 1 in 120 billion. You're probably not going to be able to pull that off. If you do, though, it would be awesome because you get a free car from our friends.
Yeah.
But if not, you're going to get $1,000 just for having the best bracket.
That's right. So we'll be playing amongst ourselves here for $1,000 cash in our bracket challenge this year, brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesales. And the bracket challenge may be up starting tomorrow at nextroundlive.com, maybe to where you can go ahead and jump in and secure your spot. So you don't have to wait for the bracket to be there. You can go ahead and secure your spot at nextroundlive.com. So keep checking back there, and we'll keep reminding you to go check that out.
Did you guys think about the bracket challenge anymore over the weekend? It came up is the only reason I bring this up. Somebody asked me about it, and I said, look, I came up with some pretty good ideas at the end of the show on Friday. I don't like any of them. I don't want to be involved in it.
Don't lose.
I was out of the house on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, Jim didn't talk to any humans. I did bring up the 24 hours at Buc-ee's.
We would have to do that 12. The reason being is, you got to be able to sleep. You can't make it 24
That's
straight
the punishment.
hours. I think 12 hours in Buc-ee's is...
You think that's sufficient punishment? The infield at Talladega, I had some people that brought that up to me this weekend. I thought that was fantastic just because of the content that would come out of that, the interviews with the people that we could interview.
I don't think it's much of a punishment, but I think the content would be good.
I don't think it's a punishment either, but boy, Johnson RV would give us a little sleeper cab again that we took to Indy. I'd be all about that. I may do that just not punishment.
Just do that for the content.
Yeah. Just play all 16s to sweep the ones, 15s to the twos. If you really want to win.
What was it? The 48 hours camping? Was that the one?
Yeah, go into an actual with Johnston RV.
Tent?
Yeah. Well, we were talking about doing the tent where you just go out into the wilderness by yourself with the tent. You got to survive for one night. The other would be Johnston RV. Go to an RV park. actually hook up, hang out with the RV people. Because I think that's cult's probably a strong word. There are a lot of cliques of people that hang out in RV parks, right?
Yeah. Here is my fear on the camping. Just a tent camping in the woods problem. Is that I'm going to be packing heat if I'm there because I'm scared to death. Like a shadow is dead people to me. People walking by, I Ghost, Blair Witch Project, all that. I'd be afraid that one of our viewers, listeners, or you guys would come and try to scare me, and I'm going to pop a cap in you, and then we've got an issue.
Well, you'd have to get a gun first. You'd have to learn how to shoot it, and then you would have to actually hit whoever you're shooting at.
That's right. So, and never again use the phrase "pop a cap" in it. that too.
I will tell you though, I've only shot a what's the automatic rifle that we?
The AR-15.
Yeah, I've only shot that one time, and I hit the can.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was. But I hit the can.
Literally emptied the clip.
If you take an assault rifle into the woods by yourself, you've got a better chance of not coming out by killing yourself than shooting somebody else. Yeah. But with all that said, Dunaway, you don't have to tell anybody where you are.
It's going to be primitive camping.
Yeah.
That's right. Nobody's going to know you're there. Now, we do need cell signal so we can get the content out. That's going to be part of it, is people following us on social media and seeing the videos and stuff.
I bet you've got some kin in Birmingham that have, like, back lots and stuff you can probably hang out.
How about if we just live in here for 48 hours? We got all these cameras already hooked up. Mm-hmm. We can just roll live at us having to live in here for 48 hours.
Brother.
Yeah. And it's cold like you're camping in the Arctic.
Yeah. And we'll put a screen over there and a pot to pee in.
There's got to be a challenge we haven't thought of yet.
We got creative listeners. You guys send us ideas.
All right. Top of the hour right here. Our show being brought to you by the great folks at Johnston RV and the JohnstonRVCenter.com up the street.
They are family-owned, operated. It's Rodney and Nick Johnston. Great people. Top-selling travel dealer in the entire state of Alabama. Go visit their two great locations. Exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur off of I-65. They got financing available. Home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the next round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the next round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get to your headlines in just a second. LTD&B, Rockstar on a little time away, a little downtime this week. Lunsford and Forrester behind the big glass. Final hour of the show here today. Already Stephen Pearl talking about his celebration on top of Country Club Bar spraying champagne after Auburn wins the regular season. And Mark Packer of SiriusXM and the ACC Network, he was on the call on the alternate broadcast on the ACC Network of North Carolina spoiling the Coach K party. You had one other note you wanted to mention of that.
I did. You know, I saw a lot of people saying, because if you didn't watch after the game went final, and I guess ESPN stuck with it, I turned away, but Krzyzewski came back out to do a ceremony, right?
Right.
And was sitting there, and he addressed the crowd and things like that. And I kept seeing all these national basketball guys, the Seth Davises of the world, and people like that saying, boy, Mike Krzyzewski does not want to be here. He'd rather be anywhere but here. Hey, Mike Krzyzewski picked this. When Mike Krzyzewski decided to do the Look at Me World Tour to end his career, you picked this finish.
That's right.
So I'm not going to feel sorry that Mike Krzyzewski had to sit out there after a North Carolina loss. You're the one that picked this punishment.
As I've said on this show many times, this is not the way to play out for Nick Saban.
No,
he will announce after his final game.
That's right.
That he's done at Alabama. Maybe on the podium after the game.
I agree with you 100%, and I agree with what you're saying too. But you got to remember too, the finality of this. It's not like this is it.
No, this was it at Cameron Indoor, but obviously there is much more for Duke to play for, and they may win the national championship. But I am not going to feel sorry that Mike Krzyzewski had to sit out there and talk about his career and this team or whatever at Duke. Mike Krzyzewski literally chose to do that.
But I did feel bad for two groups of people. One, the people that paid thousands of dollars to be in there for that last game if you're a diehard Duke fan. If you're Justin Thomas or Terrell Owens or
Jerry
Seinfeld or any of them, you were there for the scene.
That's right. You wanted to be seen.
Didn't care if Duke, you liked Coach A, you wanted to be there, and you were there for the atmosphere. That's fine. But if you're a diehard Duke fan who paid to be there and saw your team lose, and this happened to a lot of people, if you're the person that turned down $10,000 for your pair of tickets so you could still be there because you're a Duke fan and I'm not going to sell my ticket, you could have missed that, made $10,000, and not had to sit there and watch North Carolina hand it to you in your own court. I feel probably worse for the diehard Duke fan who has season tickets, who had tickets to that game and refused to sell it because they wanted to be there for K's last game, and that's what
I applaud the North Carolina fans that decided to pay for that ticket.
Just stick it out.
And go and get to see that.
Yeah, it didn't sound like there were a ton there.
No, I don't think there were.
Yeah, I did not feel one bit sorry for Mike Krzyzewski. You chose this path. You chose to make it about you and do a world tour. This is what's going to happen. And the other quick thing, I don't know if you guys saw Chris Carrawell, the former Duke player, now an assistant for Krzyzewski, blow by Hubert Davis. There's been a lot of talk about that.
Right.
And Carrawell said that Davis did not come shake their hand pregame. And then there has been speculation. Carrawell didn't say this to ESPN, but ESPN.com said there were a lot of people that inside the Duke program that were upset that Carolina didn't do anything to recognize Krzyzewski when they were in Chapel Hill, that a lot of the other ACC, all the other ACC programs did that, but Carolina didn't. Why would you expect Carolina to do that?
I mean, can you imagine if Saban had back to Saban, farewell tour, final Iron Bowls in Jordan-Hare? Do you think Auburn's
I would hope not.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's not an Auburn fan alive that wants that to happen.
Yeah, pregame before the Iron Bowl?
No.
Impossible.
To honor Nick Saban?
And that's why in SEC football,
ridiculous.
you just won't see, this is my final year, and then you have to go through the season. I mean, going to Baton Rouge or Auburn.
Orgeron had a farewell tour.
He did, and we sort of knew it was coming.
Yeah, but I mean, all this talk is just, it doesn't make any kind of sense coming out of Duke.
All right, let's do the headlines. Brought to you by Dr. B. LT just recently noticed something that a few of us noticed. I mean, mine was all gone before I even noticed it.
Yeah, look, I mean, things happen. The older you get, you start to lose things. I noticed over the past year, I'm starting to lose a little hair. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He is the absolute best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in last week for my consultation with Dr. B. Blown away by all the options available. Even did genetic testing to determine the best treatment for me. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men turn to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, or online at t3hair.net.
Texas A&M starts spring football today. Jayden Daniels leaves Arizona State, picks LSU. He'll be battling for their starting quarterback position there. Auburn wins the SEC regular season championship on Saturday. They cut down the net, and Jabari Smith talked about the experience after the game.
That's why I came here, was to win. I felt like this school was going to put me in the best position to win a national championship, win the SEC, win all of these accolades that we finally get. So, I'm not surprised at all that we won it, but it feels good. I just want to keep going.
On the flip side of that, Alabama loses at LSU. They're the 6th seed for the SEC tournament. They'll start play Thursday down in Tampa. Auburn's a bye all the way to Friday. Keon Ellis, with the reality of where Alabama is now after this loss to LSU.
You just can't get too down on it. I mean, like I said before, it's the SEC. LSU is a good team, so it's not. I mean, we played hard. It's not like we just were outplayed from the jump and just didn't come to play. So I mean, now you just got to look at it like every game from now on is win or go home. So I mean, if we just can't think about it too much anymore. I mean, it's already past us. Just have to see how the rest of things play out and just get focused for the next game.
Yeah,
throwing
stuff around, luggage in the back. It's not win or go home yet because you lose in Tampa and still go to the NCAA tournament. But we're getting close to that point for Alabama. And UAB, the betting favorite. Was it FanDuel?
Yeah, FanDuel Sportsbook, yeah.
FanDuel Sportsbook. UAB, the betting favorite to win the Conference USA tournament in Frisco. Andy and the guys beat La Tech with ease to wrap up the home season. They'll play 8:30 Thursday night. If everything goes chalk, the road for UAB will be Florida Atlantic, Middle Tennessee, and North Texas. Florida Atlantic, Middle Tennessee, North Texas. UAB can do that run there. North Texas had their 15-game home win streak end over the weekend. Those are your headlines brought to you by Dr. B there. We appreciate him being part of the show. All right, we mentioned Texas A&M being out now in football. If I said, let's look at the quarterbacks we have coming back and the transfer portal guys, and I want you to place between two quarterbacks that are already in the SEC, and I'll call out a name, and you put them between in the pecking order. Like if you think Bryce Young is number one, and whoever in your head is number 2, number 3, number 4, I'll call out a transfer, and you slot him into what neighborhood of ranking you think this guy is. You understand what I'm asking you to do here?
I got to figure out who I think's number 2 first, though. It's because Bryce Young is number 1.
Yeah, that's a tough ask on who that will be.
I think, and Lance is going to disagree with me on this.
I mean, I'll throw out names. You got Hendon Hooker. You've got.
I'm going to go KJ Jefferson.
You got Will Rogers. You got KJ Jefferson.
Will Rogers is a tough one, though. I mean, his numbers are just incredible in that system.
You got Levis. You got a guy named Stetson Bennett who won the national championship.
Just totally disrespect that guy, too. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna call him out.
All right.
We'll start with the guy that just rolled into Baton Rouge, Jayden Daniels. If I say slot me Jayden Daniels, where is he slotting in behind or ahead of for you guys?
Oh, man. I mean, I've got 7 listed right now. I feel good about my top 7 in the SEC.
And you'd put him 8th?
Would he slot in?
No, he would not slot in the top 7.
Yeah, I don't think he's in I would definitely go Young, KJ Jefferson, Stetson Bennett, Spencer Rattler, Hendon Hooker. Those 5 are Will Rogers and Jackson Dart. Those 7 are definitely in front of him.
Dart's the transfer guy, so he can't.
I can't put him or Will Rogers. So those 6 are definitely in front of him.
Yeah.
Does that knock one of yours out since we can't go transfer?
No,
guys? So
I've got
Spencer Rattler. So I got to get rid of him too.
I would go Young. I would go.
Bring them all in.
All right, dang.
I would go Young 1. I would go Hooker 2. I would go Stetson Bennett 3. Will Rogers 4, and KJ Jefferson 5.
All right. So
he's outside the top 5.
Yep.
Okay. So if I say Zach Calzada, does he slot in?
No.
He's bottom half.
Is he slotting in behind Jayden Daniels?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're going to bring him in behind Jayden Daniels. Yep.
Max Johnson.
He is in front of Calzada.
Behind Daniels.
Yeah.
So where you slot him.
So right now, Daniels is your best portal guy in your opinion. Spencer Rattler at South Carolina.
Spencer Rattler in front of all those guys, and he might be the second best quarterback in the SEC.
Second
Wow.
best. Yeah.
But I don't know if we're going to be able to tell because he's at South Carolina.
So wait, now you're telling me that the best of what you saw at Spencer Rattler is better than the best you saw of Jayden Daniels?
Yes.
Okay.
And the best I saw of Stetson Bennett. And I guess Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker and Stetson Bennett are really close to Rattler, just based on what they accomplished last year.
Well, to continue the conversation, I'll throw in Jackson Dart, and then we'll be done of the portal guys. Does Dart, where does he slot in?
I have him in the top 5. I just did it.
I mean,
I think I had him 6th, technically. But.
You loved him when he made his debut.
No, I think he'd be close to the top 5. I mean, again, it's such a small sample size from Jackson Dart.
It is, but I trust Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
And Lane Kiffin he gets the best out of quarterbacks. Lane Kiffin does. So I think I'm going to see the best I can get out of Jackson Dart. And it looked pretty good already at USC. So I think I'm going to get the best I can out of him. So I would probably say, Jackson Dart would be knocking on the top 5, if not in the top 5.
Yeah, no, I think I've got him. If I did it like this, I think I'd go Bryce 1, Spencer 2, Hendon Hooker 3, Jackson 4, Stetson Bennett 5. I think that'd be my top 5.
Interesting. Man, you're down on KJ Jefferson.
No, I'm not.
You got him outside your top 5.
I still think he's a really good quarterback. I've got him I had him in the top 5 without transfers. I got him at number 7.
I mean, we've got
barely half.
We've got some really good quarterback stories.
Oh yeah.
And who does Florida have?
Emory Jones never left.
Yeah.
That was the weirdest deal. Emory Jones supposedly went to the transfer portal, then was going to play the bowl game, and then never transferred anywhere.
But Jones and Richardson, based on last year with a quarterback's coach and Dan Mullen,
they're in the bottom quarter easy.
Michael says Spencer Rattler is the second most talented quarterback, but his ego and decision-making drops him a lot.
Well, that was an issue. There's no doubt that was an issue at Oklahoma. And I don't disagree with that just talent-wise, maybe he is only behind Bryce Young, the Heisman Trophy winner. But it is something that Shane Beamer's got to figure out how to corral with this guy. And I don't know, maybe the fact that it didn't work out at Oklahoma has humbled him a little bit. I don't know.
With Rattler at South Carolina last year, they were 9-4. I don't think they can get 9 wins this year, but they would have been 9-4 with him.
What game will he have flipped? I got to remember their schedule.
So they went 7-6, Brown.
Right,
and
so
based on last year,
wins.
yeah, your 2 wins would have been, I'll tell you right here, because I looked at this earlier, you would have beaten, in my opinion, Kentucky. You lose by 6 at home.
Well, you could be worth 6 points at home.
And then
Kentucky.
you lose at Missouri by 3.
Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, Rattler could have flipped both those games.
I think they would have been 9-4. And just imagine.
Shane Beamer would have been your national coach of the year maybe at 9-4.
He might be this year at 9-4.
Yeah.
Kevin says the question for Rattler really is what kind of leader can he be, or is he just going to be all about him?
I mean, that's his perception, isn't it? And a lot of times there's perception for a reason, and I do think he's given people reason to think that.
They're going to be underdogs in 6 games.
Brooks, who puts together SEC Sports Video or SEC Videos, a great follow on Instagram and on Twitter, and I think he put together some pictures about these quarterbacks. He says Will Levis is the only returning quarterback we have not mentioned.
I'm not a big Will Levis guy.
I'm not either.
There's a reason I haven't mentioned him. I don't know what I'm going to get out of Will Levis. I know nothing about the San Francisco quarterbacks coach that's taken over as offensive coordinator.
What I can tell you, though, is that he does lose Wan'Dale Robinson, which is a huge loss. But he gets Tavion Robinson, I believe is his name, who is the top receiver from Virginia Tech, who's in. And he gets Javon Baker from Alabama, who Nick Saban spoke of a lot, but apparently couldn't turn great practices into game production. So it's interesting to see what Will Levis has around him.
Yeah, I got.
And they're going to have a great running game.
Well, and they're going to have good defense, and that's what they're going to rest on. And they're probably going to challenge for 9 or 10 wins again. And you're going to watch it, and you're going to say, "Gosh, if they were any better at offense." They might could sneak into the East one day.
Now, Will Levis and Kentucky offenses, we're used to just watching kind of a stuck-in-mud product. So he went 3 or more touchdowns in 3 games. So that's not great. But the good news is he only threw multiple interceptions in 2 games. That's a little surprising.
By and large, he protected the ball well. They just don't move it much.
Kentucky's out on the practice field tomorrow. Texas A&M starting today, and Jayden Daniels almost finishing our quarterback carousel. We'll see if Missouri and Vandy end up doing anything, or if Auburn continues to keep the door open. You had to think if Jayden Daniels had said, "Man, I want to go to Auburn," that the door would have been open for him to jump into that battle down there.
And I wondered if we would ever see, his name associated with Auburn. And I'm like Lance, I just didn't really expect LSU. If you'd have told me he went to a West school, if you'd have said, "Hey, by the way, this weekend Jayden Daniels is going to a West school," I would have guessed Auburn.
Yep.
I mean, you knew it
Western
would be
Division, not out west.
Yeah, right. You knew it wouldn't be A&M. You knew it wouldn't be Ole Miss. You knew it wouldn't be State. You knew it wouldn't be Alabama. I mean, basically, you were down to LSU and Auburn.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be LSU either. That surprised me when that popped up. Good get for Brian Kelly there. Got basketball happening tonight. I'll tell you about a couple of the automatic bids tonight after LT tells us about the great folks at Precision Sports. Maybe you got a lock in one of these basketball games later today.
Dunaway working on lock right now. Our friends at Precision Sports, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and out the field, so make the appointment today, 855-219-6200. That's 855-219-6200, or online, precisionsportsortho.com.
All right, weird question. I've got something I'm doing tonight. And I want a poll question, or at least a discussion. Am I going to be the oldest person in the room?
So you're not staying at home tonight?
No, I got something I'm doing tonight.
And it's not poker.
And it's not poker.
Oh, you're not playing poker.
It's not poker.
But he's not the oldest person in the room at poker all the time either.
No, he is not.
Okay.
Yeah, are you just sending your money with Lunsford, though?
Yeah, I still have to pay.
Make the donation?
I had to keep my chair warm over there.
Yeah. All right. So what are you doing?
No, I'm going to tell you next segment.
Oh,
Brad.
next segment. That's
a tease
a tease?
ahead. Yeah. Listen to the words. The game's coming up tonight. Sun Belt Championship game, Louisiana and Georgia State, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. SoCon Championship game, Furman and Chattanooga, 6 o'clock on ESPN. And then all of a sudden, the WCC, the West Coast Conference, couple of good semifinal games tonight if you like good basketball.
We're finally to the semifinals.
Yeah, Gonzaga finally gets to play.
Yeah, so does St. Mary's.
Yeah, they started the tournament last Thursday. They finally get to play tonight.
Right. So the Zags and San Fran, and then Santa Clara and Santa Mary.
That's exactly right. And that's LT finishing the games to watch tonight for you right there. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks with the Birmingham Legion. It is game week Sunday down at Protective Stadium, 4 o'clock. You can still get tickets, just $7 for the tickets. BHMLegion.com. BHMLegion.com. Go buy the tickets. Make that your homepage. Also, you can follow them on social media at BHM Legion. $7 tickets at Protective Stadium, 4 o'clock. Should be a great start to the season. National television audience. So go ahead and get ready to be at Protective Stadium this Sunday to start the season, 4 o'clock against Tampa Bay right there, BHMLegion.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES-1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Special announcement regarding Lance'sLock.com and something we've never done before on the site. For the NCAA tournament, we are guaranteeing you a winning tournament for only $200. Get every lock we have on the NCAA tournament, and if we don't have you winning at the end of the tournament, you get your money back. Winning guaranteed. To get on board with us, DM us on Twitter, @Lance'sLock is the handle, or shoot us an email to admin@Lance'sLock.com and ask for the tournament hookup. Just $200, winning or your money back, Lance'sLock.com.
LT's going to send out the lock later on today at The Lance Taylor on Twitter. The lock is brought to you every day by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services, who also bring you best and worst of the weekend every Monday earlier in the show. The number for Hemphill, whether you've got problems with your plumbing, your cooling, or your heating, and you could get a little bit of that just this week, right? You could have the heating problem later on this weekend when the highs are going to be in the 40s. You could have a cooling problem right now when it's 66 outside. That cold front's blowing through. It's going to heat up, cool off, heat up, cool off. It can be a wear and tear on your house there. Hemphill and Hemphill Services can keep you running smoothly. They've been doing that since 1954. You can call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, Hemphill is there. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill, the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right, and here's the key part. They always do it at a very fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, it's Hemphill Services. That number again, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. All right, tonight I'm going, Maggie and I and another friend, a couple friends of ours, are heading down to Avondale to go to the Jimmy Eat World concert. Dashboard Confessionals opening up at Jimmy Eat World. Going to get to see them tonight.
Do you know more than one song?
He doesn't know one song.
He knows one song.
Yeah, The Middle is one
In the
song.
Middle,
yeah. Sweetness is one.
I don't think you'll be the oldest person there. Jimmy Eat World is a
Bleed American. Maybe
I don't know.
They're a band that was popular when I was growing up. I mean,
yeah, they're a 90s rock band.
The only song I know is that one song.
I don't think they're 90s. I think they're early 2000s.
I think that they are late 90s.
I love it when you split hairs like that.
Yeah.
If they're an early 2000s band, they can't be a 90s band. I don't think they're 90s. They're early 2000s.
To me, a 90s band is Pearl Jam.
Well, I will tell you this. I will
That's
bet
a grunge
you.
band.
I'll bet all the stakes that they at least originated before the 2000s. So they were a band before.
What was their biggest album? We'll go by that.
I don't know. There's one, Coffee and Cigarettes, a song I like, but that's a deep cut.
I mean, they went from...
They won't even play that tonight, I bet.
Yeah.
Well, you brought them you wore the shirt. You brought them the weather.
Yeah. Good outdoor concert tonight.
Oh, yeah. It's outdoors?
Yeah. Well, they're indoors. A beautiful stage there.
You're wearing your
Avondale.
Gordon Slickers?
Yeah.
Sir, can I get some
So
fish
your
sticks?
question was going to be, are you going to be the oldest there? No.
No, not for Jimmy Eat World. They're a
Jimmy
90s
World.
band.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Well, good. I'm looking forward to that then. I won't be the oldest person there.
Their albums were 94, 96, 99, 2001, 04, 07, 10, 13, 16, and 19.
Yeah, they're grinders.
That's a long career.
That's how you're still touring.
I
at
watched
this age.
Breaking the Band yesterday on Pink Floyd.
I saw some of that one the other night.
The
Well,
lead singer didn't even make it for a full gig. Did you guys know about this Sid
I
Barrett
did
guy?
not,
I had no
no.
idea. I mean, he basically went on a trip for the rest of his life. He tripped out of his mind.
It came on after the Guns N' Roses one the other night that I got sucked into, and I just could not stay awake. But that first part was fascinating about that. That guy just disappeared.
Yeah. He played like one really, when they played their first big live show, I think it was televised.
Yeah.
And he was on some kind of trip, and he just never came off the trip.
Yeah.
You guys made me feel better, though. So I was probably the oldest guy at the Killers concert more than, which probably started after the Jimmy Eat World. Good.
No, you won't be the oldest person there.
Yeah, I'll have a hat on, though, for sure. I always look younger in a hat.
Is it going to rain tonight? Do you have any idea?
I think it stops. I was told by our poker captain that the rain's going to stop
play
about
poker inside, by the way. But yeah.
6:15. He said.
That's what it said. It was like 5 or 6 o'clock.
What time's the first pitch here?
First, the gates open at 6.
Oh, yeah.
Stop
I
in the
think
5
you'll be
o'clock
fine.
hour, so you'll be good.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. So looking forward
It's
to
not
that.
even going to be that cool either.
It won't be
Nice,
that cold
nice.
tonight?
Not that bad.
Good. All right,
Yeah,
let's
60s.
do our 3 and out right here. Every day we got 4 questions for you, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, slick roads out there. Make sure you get those tires checked. And, of course, our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they can hook it up for you. Locally owned and operated from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Big wins over the weekend for Memphis and Michigan, likely punching their tickets to the NCAA tournament, taking them off the bubble. Deeper run in the tournament. Who do you trust more, Memphis or Michigan?
I think Michigan's got better players.
Yeah.
And watching Michigan yesterday, watching some of parts of both of those games, watching that second half against Ohio State on the road, a game that they had to win, and really an intriguing matchup with Michigan and Indiana to start off the Big Ten tournament because loser, there's a chance they're out. Winner's definitely in. But if Michigan can get there, I trust Michigan.
This Houston team that y'all like that I think is overrated has gotten swept now by Memphis. So I think this Memphis team might actually be peaking at the right time.
And it was a blowout.
It was. Penny, it has been a mess for Penny Hardaway this year, but he's finally got this team playing up to their potential. I'm going to go with Memphis.
Second down.
Tom Izzo became the winningest coach in the Big Ten over the weekend. Who is at their job longer, Tom Izzo or Jim Boeheim?
Boeheim is committed to at least one more year. Izzo is a good decade younger than Boeheim.
At least. It's got to be Izzo here.
Yeah. Although Boeheim, I could see him dying on that sideline. He's not going to give it up easy.
Yeah, I wonder how many times if we had done 3 and out or 4 downs for how many years Boeheim would have won this over people we would have put up against Boeheim.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Probably.
He's been coaching forever. My whole life he's been there.
I would have always taken Izzo over Boeheim because I don't think Izzo is ever going to have a train wreck of a year like Boeheim's having right now. I think there are some Syracuse fans that are probably ready for Boeheim to retire.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. They love what he's done.
I agree with you, Brown.
But they're ready for him to retire. Yeah, I am 45 years old. I was born in 1976. Jim Boeheim, that was his first year at Syracuse. He has coached the Orange my entire life.
Wow.
Think about that.
Now, how did he meet Julie Boeheim? We've had her on the show before, a really sweet lady. But when they made that first run with Carmelo and won that national championship, she looked like she was 25 then.
Yeah, probably playing a regional here in Birmingham.
Yeah, she is an Alabama girl.
She is. She's from the Shoals, right?
Yeah.
So he's 77. I was going to look up Tom Izzo's age real quick.
Chancey met her at a barbecue joint.
I'd say it's a very high percentage.
Floribama.
Could be out recruiting, yeah. Could be Floribama.
Third down.
You definitely would not be the oldest person in Floribama.
I would not.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah, I would not.
67, by the way, is how old Izzo is. So he is literally a decade younger.
He is, but, I mean, Izzo's the kind of guy who could shut it down. He could go into television, or he could leave that Michigan State job and go somewhere else after taking a year off. Sometimes I get feeling he gets tired of just where we are right now. On third down, National Coach of the Year, Gus Malzahn congratulated Bruce Pearl on social media and says it's time for Bruce to be National Coach of the Year. If I'm giving you your vote for National Coach of the Year right now, who do you go with? And, there's going to be some that go Coach K because it's his last year and he's nowhere close to being him.
If you can't beat your rival on your own home court for your final game, you don't deserve Coach of the Year.
I mean, Bruce is in the mix, but the Gonzaga.
I'm going to tell you who's going to win.
No, the
Gonzaga
Arizona
guy, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, he's going to win it.
I mean, this guy came out of nowhere, first year. Yeah, Arizona's going to win this thing.
I mean, 30 wins and a 1 seed.
Yep.
Yeah. In the Pac-12, but Bruce has got a shot at it.
He does. No, he'll get some votes. But Tommy Lloyd's in his first year. And what were they last year?
Well, they weren't good.
Yeah, they were not good last year. It's the reason he's got the job. So, I mean, to take them from 17-9, 11-9 in conference under Sean Miller to a number 1 seed, Tommy Lloyd's going to walk away with this thing. I would imagine.
I think Ed Cooley will probably get some votes too from Providence.
Yeah, good year for Ed.
Just Providence winning their first ever Big East.
And a really deep Big East this year as well.
Fourth down.
And Packer mentioned it earlier. So the ACC plays at Brooklyn because the Big East has taken over Madison Square Garden. Is that the deal? Is that why?
I think that's the reason why this thing should always, by the way, be in the state of North Carolina. But they didn't ask me.
On our fourth down here, Texas A&M is on the football field today, starting spring drills. Kentucky goes tomorrow. More wins next year, Texas A&M or Kentucky?
Well, Jimbo better hope it's A&M. I know it's a more difficult schedule.
Yeah.
Look, Stoops coming off 10 wins. They're going to take a couple of steps back. I think they're 8 wins this year, which is still really good by Kentucky standards.
Matt Hayes writes today at Saturday Down South that 10 wins is now the standard.
At Kentucky?
That he has set the standard.
No.
They expect to win 10 again this year.
I like and respect Matt, but I don't think there's a Kentucky fan alive that thinks 10 wins is the standard.
What, they've won 10 wins twice in the program's history, and now they're supposed to win that every year?
No, I don't think so.
And by the way, the schedule next year.
Like, if you let me set standards for every SEC school.
Their Kentucky schedule is not that tough.
They never play a tough conference.
So in the West, though, they've got the Mississippi schools.
Yeah, that's not easy.
I mean, I think they lose both of those.
Okay.
Well, it's not easy, but compared to other West schools, they're not playing Alabama, LSU, or Texas A&M.
Who's their non-Louisville out of conference? Nobody's. Bunch of nobody's.
Ohio,
MAC
Youngstown
school.
State.
Yeah, same crap they always play.
Yeah.
That's 4. That ought to be 4 wins though, because Louisville's not very good.
Okay, they're losing to Georgia. They're losing at Tennessee this year. They're losing at Ole Miss, Mississippi. I don't know. I mean, hell, they could win 10 games. They could.
Yeah.
But
So the question is, can they get more than Texas A&M?
Yeah, no, they will not.
Stoops a better coach, but I will take Texas A&M.
But if you let me set standards for every
But
SEC
I
school,
hope I'm wrong on this.
I would set the Kentucky standard at 8 wins. I think 8 wins is your standard at Kentucky.
I do too.
If you exceed that, you've had an excellent year at 9. If you hit 8, that's what we're supposed to do at
And the
Kentucky.
standard at A&M should be 10 wins.
I would agree completely with that.
And that's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 great locations for you and your family. Go get a look at the tires today. Go tell the guys the Next Round sent you. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Rich Rodriguez started spring drills at Jacksonville State on Saturday. His biggest challenge, he says, putting in new schemes, both offensively and defensively. Mario Cristobal, Friday, hiring Jason Taylor, the NFL Hall of Famer.
Wow.
47-year-old Jason Taylor, who's been an off-the-field person at St. Thomas Aquinas.
Okay, can I just say this? I'm not a Cristobal guy.
What, Aquinas?
Aquinas, yes.
But the more and more that I see this staff build.
Oh, it's an incredible staff.
And the buzz that is around. And you've got a marquee quarterback that's going to be there at least 2 more years, this year and next. If they don't win an ACC in the next couple of years, this is a complete failure on Cristobal's part.
No, but he's doing it right, man. He's putting together a staff, got a lot of buzz.
But Lance is right. The ACC or bust, I would say 3 years for Cristobal. If he has not won the conference within 3 years, he has not succeeded.
The only reason I would say 2, Brown, is because he's in the easy division.
He is. So, and you may be right about that.
Yeah, because if NC State was in that division right now, I'd go stake on Dunaway that NC State would beat Miami and play in the ACC championship game. But
Well, NC State may win it anyway.
I know, yeah.
No matter which division it is. Speaking of that division NC State's in, Clemson, we spoke to Mark Packer earlier about DJ Uiagalelei. They are on the practice field at Clemson already. He comes in at 240 pounds, 15 pounds lighter than he played last year. 255. Dabo wasn't happy with his off the field and being ready for the season last year.
They call him the Big Cinco.
Yeah, the Big Cinco, because his jersey number, he's just a big dude.
But you've seen his dad, though, right? His dad's massive.
Yeah, but he did seem a little slow
I agree.
last year. So I think this is good shedding the weight. We'll see. I think he's actually, of course, I thought this last year. I think he's going to be much better this year than he was last year. He can't be any worse.
I'm not trying to take a shot at you. You thought he'd win the Heisman last year.
I thought they were going to win the national championship.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of people thought what we saw him do against Notre Dame would just be a carryover, and we'd see that in the
400
season.
yards, under the lights in that first start. I mean, I was just blown away.
It's not sexy to talk about just how bad their offensive line was last year, right? DJ gets a lot of the blame, and he should get a lot of the blame. But it ends up being that offensive line was horrible. Now, can you get a whole new offensive line in the year, and can they get a year better? We'll see.
Well, and ETN was a big loss, too. And then Justin Ross never came back from the injury.
Never did. All right. That's a little football conversation. Back to the basketball when we come back, and a little bracketology that is out there as we work our way to the end of the show today. Don't forget, starting tomorrow, fingers crossed, but at some point this week, you'll be able to start reserving your spot in the Next Round Bracket Challenge presented by Exclusive Auto Wholesales, Highway 31 in Pelham. We've got a real cash prize that you can win, not some miracle. You got to get a perfect bracket. Somebody will win our cash prize, and maybe we'll throw a trophy in, right? That one of our listeners and viewers will have the trophy, or at least their name on it. We'll keep it up here, and be the Bracket Challenge champion.
Hey, can I show you something that just came through? It finally happened. Look at the top line. Can you read that?
I can't without my glasses.
You want me to read it to you, Jim?
What just came in?
Could have really read it to you. Your ticket from Vegas.
Yeah, I forgot that I had sent it out there. Yeah. I got the ticket dropped off. Somebody went out there last week, and they just cashed it in.
Yeah. What was the cash value for you?
I had to give them a little bit for doing it, so I ended up netting $400.
$400. How about that?
What would it have been for you if you had held it?
I got 100 cash and a steak wiped off, right?
Yeah.
So it was about $400.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Yeah. That was a win-win. I just, again, needed to get that away from you.
Yeah, it worked for you.
I mean, who do you think wins the Super Bowl if that doesn't happen?
Probably my Buccaneers.
The Rams. Come on, Lance.
Probably Brown doesn't believe in this stuff.
I don't believe in this stuff. It's the Rams.
Hey, Lunsford, the Rams don't win the Super Bowl if he's still got that ticket.
Hey, because all that happened, I think, after the Titans crushed the Rams on whatever the game that was.
They had lost 3 straight games. They were 7-5.
So I'm just going to go ahead and say the Titans would have won the Super Bowl had that happened.
Whatever.
The only thing that happened.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you should have bought the tickets, which you should have done. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. LT and the guys will be back out there on Wednesday night.
Yes, every Wednesday night it's Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you join us. Get there around 8 o'clock is when we start up. But of
you
course,
and Brown
for
this
lunch or dinner, is it me and you this week?
That's news to me.
Well, Rockstar is a little time off.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I'm available. I've not been asked to begin with. So
anyway, yeah, that would be that would be drop ball on Rocky there. But we'll figure this out. We'll be there regardless. It's Birmingham Institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Incredible food from the award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Go see that great staff and Will Haver today at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Our friends at Bud Light next. You see them often behind me on the screen here. Want to remind you they are the drink. They're the next big thing for spring and summer when you're out by the pool, down at the lake or the beach, or on the golf course. It's Bud Light Next from our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, the newest and biggest innovation in beer with only 80 calories and 0 carbs. Great logo, too. Great looking can. It's a light body and crisp taste. Are you ready for what's next? Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer. All right, we've talked a lot of basketball and a lot of Auburn winning the SEC regular season championship, and now we head off to Tampa. We will not be down in Tampa, but the SEC tournament will be down in Tampa. And you look at Arkansas, at Tennessee, at Kentucky, at Auburn, 4 teams that all 4 could make a Final Four run. You can't tell me Tennessee and Arkansas couldn't be there. I've seen South Carolina be there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I without the, and that was a crazy run. These are legitimate top 10 like teams. I know Arkansas, after losing to Tennessee, and their ability to come back. By the way, I had Tennessee minus 5.5 in that game.
Bad beat.
Oh my God, they were up 23 in the first half.
The fact Arkansas made that a game again was pretty remarkable.
I mean, Note had an open look with 10 seconds left, tied up.
So you got those 4 teams, and then you got LSU and Alabama, 2 more tournament teams there. I don't think there's another team that will get in there. Florida and Texas A&M are flirting around the bubble. I don't think either one of them will make the NCAA tournament.
Okay, so where are they on their first games in the SEC tournament? The reason I bring it up is Lenardi, his updated bracketology right now, he's got next 4 out are Florida and A&M. So he's got them, the last 8 combined teams out of the tournament.
Well, I mean, now Florida, the thing they got to hang their hat on is that Auburn win, right? I mean, that's going to go a long way, especially if Auburn is a 1 seed in the committee's mind. The fact that they have beaten 1-seeded Auburn would be massive for Florida. Is it massive enough to get them in the tournament? I don't know the answer to that question.
Florida gets A&M first, and then Auburn, as you said.
That's an elimination game.
Yeah. So one of them will be eliminated. One will take a shot at number 1 Auburn to try to punch a ticket.
Yeah, I think that punches ticket, though, don't you think?
I think they would have to back that up with maybe a win over Arkansas in the semifinals.
For Florida, 2 wins over Auburn?
Yeah.
I think 2 wins over Auburn is probably enough to get you in.
I would think so, too.
Yeah, and then there's always a chance if you beat Auburn, you could play your way into the championship.
That's right. Once you've beaten them.
Looks different now, though, because there's so many good teams.
Yeah. Now, I don't like the odds at all of them beating Auburn again, Florida. I mean, it was all they could do to beat them on their home court.
It was in Gainesville.
Yeah,
right?
in Gainesville. You think you're going to beat them in Tampa? I don't see that happening.
And that was another end-of-game misstep.
It was.
Auburn,
another bad possession at the end of the game, yeah.
So Alabama's a 6 seed. They play the winner of Vandy and Georgia. And then at that point, they would battle Kentucky, who doesn't seem to be falling off, and getting Kentucky there at the bottom end of the bracket. They'll be playing late every day. Auburn will be playing early every day as long as they're in the tournament.
I mean, the SEC can't fix this to make this happen. It's not like this is an invitational where they set the field. Every year, Alabama plays Kentucky in the SEC tournament. I mean, I swear, if Alabama has played in 50 SEC tournaments, they've played Kentucky in 30 of them.
Yep.
I mean, it's incredible how often it seems like they meet in the SEC tournament.
Real quickly before we take a break, I got a big announcement coming up for you in the final segment. Wisconsin, Johnny Davis, flagrant foul there in the Nebraska game. Have you heard an update on him? Was there any knee issue or anything?
Yeah, they said it looked, to me, it didn't look like something he was going to be completely out of the second half. And Greg Gard said after the game that he's going to be fine. So I think he's okay. Unfortunately, he was unable to come back because, again, if he comes back in that game, they win that game.
The Players' Championship starts this week. It's the non-major, but it's a big tournament, the fifth major, if you will. It starts Thursday. We'll be bringing you scoreboard updates live throughout the show here. Scotty Scheffler wins yesterday at Bay Hill. They were all bitching and moaning about the course, Brown. Were they not prepared for this to be the U.S. Open this week?
No, they were not. That's not what you normally get here. But, buddy, I mean, there were – think about this now. You guys aren't voracious consumers of the PGA Tour.
Right.
But even you know this sounds crazy. In a regular tour event, this is a regular tour event, 77 guys played yesterday. How many do you think were under par? What would you get?
I saw on a
normal tour.
So wait, what did he win? What was the score?
The Bay Hill. Well, I can't tell you the score because that will tell you the
tell
answer
you the
here.
answer to my question.
So then at 77, I'm going to say only 6 were.
Okay.
Normally 60 would break par.
I mean, that's what you would feel like, right? On a Sunday at a normal event.
It's like they're throwing
50
darts.
to 60.
People want to see
break par.
scoring when it's not a major.
4 broke par.
Yep. So it was tough golf to watch.
They said, to say the least.
They said the rough was covering their shoes.
Yeah.
Which usually you don't get it at Bay Hill.
Thick, rough, hard, fast greens.
Were you
that
watching?
combo. I watched a little bit of it, yeah. I had some I had to step out for, but I watched a little bit. Yeah, it's
Scotty
good.
Scheffler, man, he's been in the hunt. Now he's won one, so keep an eye on that kid.
The cool story was, by the way, real quick on the alternate event down in Puerto Rico, Ryan Bream, the only way he's even in the event is that last year he had to miss an event because of COVID. So if you missed a COVID event, you got an extra event.
Sid's kid?
Spelled differently. This was his extra event. If he doesn't win this one, he has 0 status on the PGA Tour. He wins the event.
All right.
How about that, man? You backed against the wall?
Good for him. Batman, $128.5 million in the box off over the weekend, did well. When we come back, an announcement about the Hot Ones, and we're going to call it a trailer. You'll get to see a trailer.
A trailer?
A trailer of the Hot Ones in our final segment. It is next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
All right, back on the show. Few days ago, we shot the Hot Ones. It's a long editing process. We got some news about it, but first we wanted to show you a trailer, and we're going to do that in a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Our friends at Mortgage Right, they have been with us since day one here on The Next Round, and would like to let everybody know that things do fall apart. There's even a book about it. Doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Not suitable for all ages. So turn it down if you got a kid in the car or by your computer. Here is the trailer for the Hot Ones next round style.
You can dick around all you want, but you're the color of summer.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not hot, but my God, you two are acting like we're guzzling gasoline.
It hurts so bad. My lips. My lips are on fire.
I just noticed you're splotchy.
I was splotchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My lips are on fire.
My lips were on fire. Okay, so now a big announcement, LT. When are we releasing the whole video?
I think it's going to be right after the show.
Are we doing it 1 o'clock?
We're going to do it right at 1 o'clock. So we were releasing. I got to see some of the rough draft last night, a few of them. I don't remember some of the things that were asked of us.
Oh, I don't remember anything I said. Anything.
Yeah.
Because I was in so much pain.
Yeah. So, so in the next 5 minutes, we will have this thing out for you.
3 minutes. We're counting down to it right now. It's 170-ish days away.
I don't have to count this minute.
You guys, make sure you share it with your friends. Let us know what you think about it. We're also, I guess we can go on and announce this. So the Hot Ones comes with the 10 sauces. It's in the pack. We've got one of those to give away. We're going to figure out
unopened. That's not the stuff we even used. Yeah.
In the post-show meeting, how we're actually going to come up with that.
Okay, so the chance for you to actually get some of the hot sauces from the Hot Ones, great TV show. We totally copied this from. The TNR version is coming up. The release now is 2 minutes and 15 seconds away. Coming up at the top of the hour here. Again, not suitable. I mean, he gets a lot dirtier than that.
It's not nearly as bad as you think, though. I mean, what I saw, I thought it was fine. Of course, my levels are probably different than most levels.
Right.
But there's no beeping.
There is no beeping.
There is no beeping. So
there might be an F word in there.
If you get offended by those words, this is not the one for you. This is not the one for you, my friend. So there you go. We're going to throw it out here at the top of the hour in about 1 minute and 45 seconds for that. Don't forget, if you can, pass it along to somebody. And when you pass it along to them, tell them to like and subscribe the YouTube channel that they're watching it on, and go to Instagram and like our Instagram. Follow us on Instagram. Like and follow on Twitter. It's time for us all to start spreading the news there, get those numbers up a little bit as we get ready for the countdown to SEC Media Days. Thanks for being with us. We're now 1 minute and 15 seconds away from the Hot Ones release. The countdown is on 1 minute and 10 seconds. Forrest, your finger on the button back there? Yes, it is. All right, we are 4 seconds away from starting the song. That'll be 1 minute. There we go. The song has started. That is the show. We're back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. 50 seconds now from the Hot Ones release. 50 seconds. Retweet it, everybody. So long.
Jim Dunaway,